Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's for you, Batty. It's for you, Batty. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's for you, Batty. It's for you, Batty. Spoon TV, Spoon
It's a great way to welcome you folks on the rainy day in Monrovia. Very wet day across several parts of Monrovia. On this 11th day of June, I'd like to welcome all of you to another edition of the program Spoon Talk. This is where Liberians gather to get the information, to get the updates, the analysis, to get to know what's happening across the country, to know what the policymakers are doing. This is where Liberians, home and abroad, will gather every single day at about this time to get the analysis, to listen to Liberians speak on the critical national issues, to know exactly what the issues of the day are. So I'd like to say welcome. Thanks for joining us. We're here tonight on another edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk. We're live across the Spoon Network on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. Thanks to our partner radio stations across the country that are relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bowman County, Premium FM in Bonk, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yala Mile is in Seclipi and Nima County, and all the other radio stations across the country that are always relaying the program, making sure that Liberians, irrespective of where they are across the country, can get the information in real time. I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. Thanks to our online audience, the thousands of you who make up time for Spoon Talk every single day. To those of you joining us on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV, we want to welcome you in a very special way. Welcome to our YouTube audience as well. Many of you have joined us on YouTube. And our handle on YouTube is Spoon Talk Live. I want to say thanks to all of you for coming on tonight. My name is Nelson Colette. We're going to be here for the next 2-3 hours. The first segment of the program, as we always do, we're going to take your calls, listen to you, hear your views, hear what your thoughts are, and get to know exactly what is it you want to talk about. What is that issue that is of concern to you? Health, education, religious issues, politics, just whatever that issue is as of concern to you. The first segment of the program is dedicated to all of you to express yourself, talk about those different issues of concern. And then once the CEO and the rest of the team join us, we hand controls over to them. They take us through the rest of the program. So thanks for joining us tonight. I see Barbie Charles. See Samuel Kofi Woods Jr. Louis Smith is here tonight. And the many of you joining us. Yvonne Gawe is joining in as well. And I see Ali Lampard. Sorry, let me make this adjustment quickly. Yes. I see Voice of Lawal Azul. Janet Blaman, Heaven Embassy, Teen Outreach, Hito. A lot of you joining in tonight. Kindly share the program as you come on. I see Musu Harris, Printers, Amara Sisse, Menjo Gafuan, thank you for joining in tonight. Trevor Siafar is joining in as well. William B. Morris, thanks for coming on as well. I see James Yanfor is here. Rhoda Dennis is joining in tonight as well. Thanks for coming on. Eric Tamba, A. Sako, Gabla, that's Bala. Yes, thank you for coming on tonight. Rodney Brown is in. See a lot of you joining in tonight. Victor Jones, Big Brother Victor Jones, thanks for joining tonight. Amos Ekar, that's Amos Carr, is joining in from North Carolina, Charlotte. And the many of you coming on tonight, just keep sharing the program as you join us. Abu Vamuya Dole, John Williams, Garmin Caselli, Emmanuel Glee, Stanley Zor, and the many of you coming on tonight. Welcome to Spoon. This is Spoon Talk. Thanks for joining us tonight. We're gonna take your calls. I will activate the lines now so we get to hear from you. What is it you want to talk about tonight? As we always do on the first segment of the program, is dedicated to you, our listeners, to tell us exactly what that issue is that is of concern to you. What do you want to talk about? So we'll take your calls. 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight. And you'll be live on the program, Spoon Talk. We take the first person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, next thing, how you doing?
I'm okay, sir. It's good to have you on. What's your name and where you joining us from?
Oscar Zigman calling from Compassion, Lima County.
Oscar Zigman, what's on your mind? Let's hear you tonight.
Next thing, what on my mind has to do with the economy of this country.
Okay.
Next thing, we the citizens are the one who to pay this country. But we are seeing over the years, the economy of this country is going in the hands of the foreigners and the aliens. And on a daily basis, we want to go to see reason to see how best to empower the citizens. Recently, the Minister of Labor has gone to war and start issuing about 11,000 work permit and business permit to the foreigners. And the aliens are taking the goods from their soul, putting in their car, carrying it around, selling by riches. We, the Liberians, going to them, buying it too, we can't get nothing over in. So, call upon the Minister of Commerce and the Minister of Labor to see reason. Because in the Liberia belongs to Liberians.
Thank you.
If we, the Liberian, the economy move for our hand and go to the hand of the foreigners, the economy cannot be built.
Thank you.
We are backing the government. I'm backing the government. Let the president see reason to put his feet down and talk to his Minister of Commerce and Minister of Labor to see how best the economy can go back to the hand of the Liberians.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Oscar. Thank you for your input tonight. We'll have to take another person here. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you. Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Jonah Street.
Okay, go ahead. What's on your mind?
Jonah Jones.
Jonah Jones, go ahead. You're live on the show.
Yeah. That's in the government. Actually, we brought the government into power. But the way they actually the government proceeding, it don't get going down well with some of us.
Okay.
Because there are a lot of cases. There are a lot of cases on the docket, but they will never come up with funding. So yet they investigate at the end of the day, no conclusion. It's not correct, but we find a way that they should do things that will go down well with us.
Thank you.
All the way they do now, they make it also when we go somewhere to talk as ruling party, it can be hard for us now. So thank you, bro.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Your name and where you come from.
Yeah, brother.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
I'm okay. It's good to have you on.
Thank you. I want to speak on two cardinal things this evening. I'll be very supportive.
Your line is not good, though. You want to
I want to speak on two cardinal things, but I'll be laconic. I'll be very brief.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to advance the family, No,
hello, sir. Hello. Your line is terrible. I will advise that maybe you call back, please.
Yeah, I think I have to speak a little bit. I think much better now.
Hello. Okay, go ahead. Let's see.
Okay, so what I'm saying is the family
No, sorry, sir. You have to call back. You have to call back, please. Hello, your name and where you call from?
I'm having something calling from Dubo Road. The issue I got on my mind is what the government wants to do. The people want to see from us. The people get all their family members over there, then they're trying to do things all help the Liberian people. So the issue there, the government and they're running behind other people for cases that they didn't get no evidence on. All I want will cause problem in the country. So the government should be Native Kofa and the others will have put issues on there.
Okay.
Or else problem raise up in the country, people will get a set of blame.
Thank you very much.
The Liberian people. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Hello, your name and where you call from? What's on your mind?
Nothing, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, and thank you that God continue to bless you and the Spoon FM family. I remain the seven last basketball Peter McCullough, proper defender for sure in the joint for district now, Montserrat County.
Okay.
You know, Nelson is good when he comes into power, come with sincerity, and lead the people with sincerity. But he can come or injure the people during campaign time. Then when they give it onto a power, then you deviate from the way in which you came to the people during campaign time. Like, let me go to the regime speaker, Richard Nangwekun and the guys. They said that the reason why they don't have no vote or confidence in the former speaker Kofa, because there were allegations, for example, also he had interest in company serving as a lawyer. In fact, a lot of things. But I really want to ask the regime speaker, since the removal of Onati Kofa, can you please get on audit, especially your spokesperson, the formula for Bonkante? Can you guys get on audit on the allegation where in the past the former speaker just said that he kept Russia, he found in your play, about yourself. So I want you guys now to get on audit the reason why you're behind the man and you're removing.
Thank you.
Sincere.
Thank you.
You feel you're well injured. You're like a well injured too.
Thank you very much for your input tonight, sir.
The country as a president. Today, our country is just also done the rule of law. No rule of law. Everybody just also done. Then President Boga telling Peter McCall that he said on the first time on restaurant, he said to number 9 that you are 4 and 4. Then he trying to say you said to the first time, President Boga, are you killing me?
Thank you very much. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Good evening.
Yeah. Hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
All right. My name is Vambule Kamara, and I call from Claratown.
Vambule, what's on your mind?
Yeah. I'm worried. Especially about the ongoing Chapter Bailey Brennan case. I'm worried because first of all, I support the government stand to ensure that we end the culture of impunity. I support that stand. But then the process through which the government is using to prosecute the alleged perpetrator is what I worry me, especially the way the pre-trial started. The evidence they are providing, I'm afraid those evidence provided today and yesterday cannot pronounce those guys guilty. I'm afraid that those guys may not be guilty. They may be acquitted based on the evidence. That's okay. Clear. And when they are acquitted, we may have a situation like Gloria Musoska. She went scot-free and no one accounted for the death of our sister in one of Liberia's most killed homes.
Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. I appreciate you as well for your input. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
I'm Eric calling from Tubo Village.
Eric, what's in your mind?
I want to tell the RG thank you for today. I really get better evidence for the state to win the case. I want for keep on doing hard work.
Thank you very much for your input. This person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good evening,
good evening, sir. What's in your mind?
Yeah, Peter today come on and calling my son number 4.
Yeah, Peter, what's on your mind, sir?
Yeah. Well, Mama, I want to appreciate the president, the best president of the government, the greatest president ever, for the free adequate today on the rescue protection, today free on rescue protection and the executive order 150 that in fact that all rescue protection in that will be free, today free. Same to the president. I want to thank you again for the benefit of the PV Town Court. At least PV Town Court now on organization for it. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you again for at least in my country will be the apple. Another apple in that world is on a watch, on a routine. Great the greatest president ever in the Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. Hello. Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Thank you very much. My name is Sidiki Musa, and I'm joining you from the 17 Broadway.
Sidiki, what's on your mind?
What draw my attention to the country? This few days, our country has been politically charged, but on the democratic scene, we are moving forward. Nothing, I just want to tell the president, thank you for appointing those mayors for almost all the cities in the Republic of Nigeria. But nothing, some also around those cities mayors, they are not working. I can tell you, when you come to Broadway, there's a major stop, let me present some with Iron Gate. Sellers are selling in the roadway. When you come to Broadway store, the motorcycle they are passing. Nobody can get access to come out and go in the morning hour and afternoon.
Okay.
The same way we do a junction. So we are telling the person that has the appointment to stay there, they must have the title. They need to work. This is a new road and the creating today. The people are building their store on the new road. So how they go to construct the road and we want new road, we need development. So I'm telling the city mayors across the country, let them work immediately because the president appointed them to do the rainbow way.
Thank you.
Accept the appointment letter to sit down or lay down work on the bed. When the president is working, we urge everybody to work and want to be to Labrador. We need development.
Thank you for your input tonight. We'll take more of your calls. Keep your calls coming to 0555-101075, and you'll be live on the program tonight. Spoon Talk, the first segment of the program, is dedicated to all of you out there to call in, tell us what's on your mind, what is it you want to talk about tonight. And the number to call is 0555-101075, and you'll be live on the program tonight. Hello.
Hello.
You're live. Your name and where you call from?
My name is Alvin D. Koba. I'm calling from Bahrain.
Let's hear you, sir.
Yeah. One of my mind, I want to thank you for moving forward because our capital building is more important for us. Come to all meetings, depend. So continue go and get coal fire on there and get then it goes scot free. So I want to tell the IG thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, hello.
Yes, you're live. Your name, and let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Ty, and I'm joining from the 21st Street Center.
What's on your mind?
Two issues, and the first one has to do with the party headquarters of the CDC.
Okay.
When you are using the Bonabi entrance there to go in the party headquarters, there are guys on that intellectual center. There's an intellectual center there by the street. These guys helping people that they brought me, they were even speaking to the sun, putting your head to the heat. I almost to be victim of I was rescued by a friend. I was rescued by a friend who came. I didn't know if anybody two person here. And I was supposed to be the third person I gave, but what happened? So everybody that my friend from way back.
Cutting somebody here.
Of the CDC. Let the CDC take note of that.
You said somebody caught somebody here or what? Somebody caught somebody here?
Hello?
Can you come back with that information?
I'm saying the entrance is used to enter the CDC headquarters. There's an intellectual center there. It's only the intellectual center by the street there.
Okay.
Guys are honored there. Because when I was passing by, there were 42 persons here already scraping their head. So while passing, I had to mention American. I said, but what happened? I said, but any problem? I said, but any problem? I ain't saying about 3 or 4 persons to me. You know they got this? They got small children as low as stage here where they just start to just beating. And when the children are beating, it was hard to beat you. I had the start to beat on me and they set me down on the ground. While waiting, and I had the other guy came. And he way back. And he said, oh, but what happened to me? I said, but what happened? I said, but the man come here. I said, I'm coming to you. If I want to see it, he carried my hair from my feet.
Thank you.
And he said,
thank you.
He said, let the man go. Yeah. So let the African CDC say no. He had me down a daily basis.
Let's you there. This person. Hello.
Yeah. Good evening, Nelson.
Good evening. You're live. Let's hear you.
Thank you. Oh, this is Ben Joshua calling from Corway.
Let's hear you, Ben. What's on your mind?
You know, Yeah, but nothing the issue about this lawmaker then are arrested. I see like doing posts running all around how people are arrested illegally. But then, I remind me about when Abu came to Upper Corway. But we are calling all after Diana around Corway area, arrest people in the around 9 o'clock in broad police. They fire all empty gunshot, carry the children to South Beach. You know what I'm saying? Juvenile, carry juvenile to South Beach. Who blessed us was the human rights that in our area there. Call from court to Temple of Justice, but they in Nigeria, the small the brother yesterday they are still here and they are juvenile. They were able to feel the children. They see Abu me or to, but because la people they got the property. That's why they run around because then some working in cover where that arrested, draw a man arrested or the little children came to Sobi. Nobody who couldn't see nobody even generally here say they saw everything happen, but when they kept it, nobody could talk about it because why? Because they are money people to decide to run behind all in the street.
So yeah, just in conclusion now.
But I want to put out innocent children arrested. It's the asking a tip on the hall, the two practicing carry that time. The people carry with them. Then nobody talk about it. Then I think I love because they are useless people and so people won't be concerned about it. The only innocent children why they care to do. Who talk about it?
Thank you.
People only care about that get money.
Thank you very much for your input. Thank you. Thank you very much for your input tonight. This person, hello.
Good evening, Elvin.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
My name is Henry Danualipi from 540 Congo Town.
Yeah, go ahead.
What on my mind this evening is about our legislature. Those people, they are the ones that keeping the Liberian people into poverty. They don't want to begin to suffer on the Liberian people. See what they are doing in the country. See the amount of money they're taking that kind of money. The Liberian people want that, so they are suffering there. And they're looking at us suffering, they do nothing for us. These people make laws, when the law can benefit them. But the law will not benefit the Liberian people. The Liberian people suffer in their own country. No schools, nothing. See the amount of money they are taking. Even when company comes, they go into the district, they go to the country. But if you will sit there and see that company rob the Liberian people and they're doing nothing for it, the Liberian people suffering, but they're not enjoying. See the amount of money they are taking. They see the Liberian people suffering, they're taking that kind of huge of money in the country here. Then they are even their friends in a country begging them for money. Why do you pay your law make that kind of money? What have they done? What are they working for? Have they done something for us? What are they suffering on us? Thank you, Lovey.
This person, hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
My name is Daniel D. College Jr., and I'm joining from Superior District in Monserrato County, to be precise, District 3, under the watchful hand of Honorable Smoke Calling Moba.
What's on your mind?
So, I want to say this to the public, and particularly to the incident involving the former Speaker, Kofa, and that of the full in that piece. We want to say to this government, you promise all the rule of law. Why the case is going on, one is to go in a pink egg, like in the case of Natana Manso and Bill Trawe, where up to now we haven't heard anything about their issues. But again, we are telling this government that we the young people, we are watching the process very closely with equal eye, that the truth should be told. But any attempt to deviate from the truth, it will be met with resilience with the young people, and which will have a direct effect on any other person that will stand to do away with justice into this nation. So I want to be very much thankful to the government again for the first time in history for Nima County to have an airport. So bravo to this government, but we are watching the process about the case involving former Speaker and that of the full in that piece.
Thank you very much. Hello. Hello? This person? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yes, my name is Peter K. Joa. I'm calling from Johnsonville.
Peter, what's on your mind?
Yes, what on my mind is about the local case concerning fanatical fa. I just want to appreciate my president, Joseph Imampuaka.
Okay.
I know that I didn't vote for him for nothing, my family and myself. We didn't take the reign for nothing. Because if the country go this way, I think it will be good for us. Because the country can continue to be that someone come into the country and still do all of things and just go like that. So if the country continue to run like this, we will not do anything in life with that yet. And secondly, what I have on my mind is school about to open. I've been to uniform business for 21 years now. I do school uniform. In school around where they call parents to buy the cloth that they buy from the store, the same cloth buy from the store to sew and sell. The buy that same y'all going to call the tailor on the side, the tailor going on the compound to sew for them. On the sew for them, they make that uniform about $30 to $40, $50 US for that uniform. Said before parents can begin now to find something to do. I've been finding my way to get to your station there. I need to echo it so that they will go. I was thinking about it doing way administration. But because they were not listening,
So what's your point with that?
My point is they're exploiting. They're exploiting.
Who's exploiting?
The school is exploiting parents.
How?
Greatly. Already, the role of the club is if you turn anyone that they club, you have to buy for $50 US. Maybe it should be an imported cloth that may be already prepared from China, all of them, seal up and come. But you can't buy the cloth from the store right here. Then you come on the machine, people sitting to sew, you send them to pay for $50 or $40 US. And I personally, when you go to my shop, I don't even sell that identical cloth for that cost.
How much do you sell it for?
I sell the suit from one part. I can locate my business area and give you my contact. You find
the man want to do publicity now.
Yeah, no, not about publicity, but can you imagine the problem have to do with this? The problem have to do with this. Okay, you have not everybody earning $5 or $1 per day. All right, but then if you went to the school, then they're supposed to pay, like, for example, they say you pay like $25,000 per child school fee. Then you meet up with the uniform, then they tell you $50 you have for sell a uniform. And not everybody get it. It's very, very serious. It's very, very serious. I really found my way. I was thinking of finding my way to the station there to sit there and discuss it, bring the kind of a cloth that put it on the compound. I got it. Every piece, the name of it, everything I give it to you.
Thank you.
And you see the quality of it, and you get to do that expression that going on the campus.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your input, sir.
All right.
Yeah. So we'll take some calls on the WhatsApp line. Let's see if we can go to WhatsApp to take some calls from there, beginning with this person. Hello. Okay, so we lost that person. We'll take some calls from the WhatsApp line. Let's see if we can take some calls from here. This person. Hello. Okay. Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Thank you. Matthew D. Kekula. I'm joining conversation from District 1, Mosvado County.
Okay. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind is concerning these kids who normally take their parents around to beg.
Okay. No, but hello. Can you work on your background? There's something playing. I think a TV is on, or you have a radio on, or something.
So let me reconnect, please.
Okay, thank you. Let's take another person here. Well, there seems to be an issue here with this. Let's take this caller. Hello.
Hello, let's go there. This is your man, Adam Akane.
Adam, please go ahead. You're live.
The only thing that on my mind next week, I need to say thank you, let God bless you, let God guide you, let God reward you. And also to my father, because I have a first son, Joseph Wakai, President Joseph Wakai, and I can always be happy with both parties, President, I can be dancing with that too. And also, anybody that go against my own press secretary, which is called for finance, the same prayer I pray for Coca to be senator, I'll pray for you too like that. Anybody go against, because I will see the best press secretary about me, Adam, that woman, and God will guard her, God will restore her, and God will protect her, God will protect her all his friends.
Thank
and
you.
also, according to my own senator, I wrote this job on Nima County, and I'm a one. Do that prayer, my own prayer, get there and go and say, who is in the book? I said, no, not see before. But I just let you say, so, I beg you. And you will listen to me, my name is Adam Kane. I beg you, tell you, nothing no more.
No, but Adama. You know, the whole calling, you know, every day you want to see the senator that long. I come in now. Listen, Adama, you can hear me. Listen, Adama, can you hear me? If you want to see the senator, go to the senator office at the Capitol building. Book an appointment. Book an appointment. Go there and book an appointment. It's possible you may be able to see the senator. You know.
Yeah, and I go there next year. And I go down there. And I go and I pay to like and I pay my way for a year. Go while I pay my way to come. And I go there. I beg me go into one speak to the senator. They say, why I get appointment? I say, I don't get appointment. Well, I'm a senator. Let me go speak to him and the phone allow me next. And I go there. I go into account, go account.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Adama. Thank you.
And I try my best.
Thank you, Adama. Thank
you. Maybe you want to hear me. Let go guy him and let go guy you. Let go guy you. Let go guy. Let go.
Thank you, Adama.
Anybody get evil plague in the country, he will die.
Thank you. Oh, I mean, how you end the prayer? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yes, my name is Momo. I'm calling from North.
Yeah, go ahead.
The capital. Yeah, my concern has to do with this rule, this law. To say the law is the law. Now we see that the law is the law when different people involved. Then it becomes the law. When other people involved, it becomes the majority. You see, Liberia is not on a good path. Leadership-wise, people take decisions and try to politicize it, try to make it on a relationship or party basis. And the country will not forward, it will continue to grow. We have an elderly man who is the president of the country, looking at this thing here, they are arresting people, official of government, keeping them in prison just because they want to prove the law is the law. But they could not prove it when the judicial when the judge said that the law should bow by the law. So we need to be very careful.
Thank you.
We need to be very careful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's see if we take another person here. This one is hello.
Hello.
You are live. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Professor Itule from Lagpasi, Zomo.
What's in your mind, sir?
Yeah, Chairman for Citizen United to foster Honorable Joseph Nima Baka dream. Why am this evening is pertaining the public welfare ministry. Public welfare ministry king, some power, beginning power of this year in Lagpasi community, they break all the area down. Up to now, they broke cost on the road. Up to now, they cannot come put a quota. And without small campaign for this government, they don't want to see things that be happening. So I call so he can hear it. They try their best they can and tear up the road around Lagpasi area.
Okay.
They kill the break people hustle down, the broad cross up to now, the road construction, we cannot see another arrive again. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. This person, hello.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Yes, my name is Sandy Dan from Somalia this evening.
Okay.
My attention has been drawn in the Autumn and Jerry government pertaining about protests. Our protests will continue. This arrest will not keep us from speaking our mind, telling the Liberian people the way the government is leading us. The government continue to encourage us, give us more momentum, because there are a lot of people that will join this protest. The protest will be massive, and Joseph Boaka is official in Jerry government. But the problem we're having, we continue to flag the issue. Any counter protest, have been planned by this government. They turn and bury government. I have no direction but corruption. We are waiting and we are prepared. The momentum is building and our supporters are pulling in every day.
Thank you.
Giving us the success, and we know our protest will continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. So we take this person. Hello. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you for the show. Maybe my attention has been drawn to the disaster management team. Now that the rain has become, I'm currently appealing to the government of Liberia and President Imaboga, our president. Let us see how best they can put my energy in place to see how best they can enforce disaster when it comes to flood. Last night around the 12 town hall community, as we learned this morning, that a wall fell because of flood, water cutting on the fence, and people got injured. Even there was a lady that said tonight she will not be able to sleep in her house because the water has cut on the house. There's no way they are going to have a able to sleep. So I'm currently asking the disaster management team to start and put my energy in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. This person. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Mo Bobo calling from Coco Factory, number 3.
Yeah, Mo, go ahead.
Yeah, my talk point going to one of our lawmaker. By him rating government, so he's not looking for a bill that will help we the youth in Liberia with their own employment. The way Asla Meta in that they are counted there. So what are you talking? What are you advocating for the youth to benefit from?
How old is Mo? Nancy asking, how old is he?
Okay, so
if you want, you tell you what to RIA there, they will order there.
Okay,
when
so
you are with fever, they will order that person.
I mean, leave that thing. How old are you? You say you are
so
youth.
how old are you? How old are you?
Who I?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm a 32 years old man.
You 32-year-old man, you couldn't say youth.
How about you? The man sort of provide job for some of us.
Wait. That's it. The man
hold on small. The CEO will ask you one question.
Yeah.
So, my friend, how you doing?
Yeah, listen, okay.
Yeah, but can you say hi to me? How you doing, my man? You say you 32 years old?
You say you're 32 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, you're not no youth, my man. You're 32 years old, you're not youth. I mean, how can you say you're youth? You're 32 years old, you're not youth, but
I listen to you.
But CEO say you're 32 years old, you're not youth.
Huh?
The CEO say you're 32 years old, you're not youth. You pass that youth thing there.
No, and they say 35.
What you say?
35. What you say?
At 35, so at 32.
I mean, you're not youth, man.
So that the nation will stay struggling in the country and no job for someone who passing whole time who can stay down to people doing private security work. So now I get you work for 150, so I get you on the father. This are things is working for us. You know that you want to really work?
You're right.
If was on the father, what the father can do for me? But if he said that money, when I just to pay my way to go to school, get make it.
Wow.
So on the father, you just want to pay that money. Yeah? So they must be thinking about something that will create job for some of us. We're willing to work.
So what did you do? So what did you do in school? Ask him, man, why you there in school?
So what you did in school?
I'm doing general agriculture in the University of Liberia. I'm reading general agriculture.
You see your student now, eh?
Yes, sir.
Ask the man get farm, he get garden.
So the agriculture is doing here, you get garden?
I get now. If you can go in Bon County, I'll go show you my garden.
So you hear your garden in Bon County?
I plant cassava. You know, I live in this. I was a single mother. My father passed up. I only with my Oma. The Oma not doing nothing. So I left from Bon County. I came in Moserado. I was doing security well. Just that security well. That's what I can use to go to school. to pay my rent, to do something. That so these are things that will be talking a great job for us. For no man and me to be doing secretly well. So if I can do for people.
He's right. That's true.
People more. I can say that again, because my partner pastor, I'm going to bush myself be 14 pounds. No, I have to make a difference in the family. I want me some doing first really well. But when they're talking something that will create job for we the youth. Someone all want work but no job. Doing first really well.
The CEO say he agree with you, pa. I mean, everything you say.
The only thing I agree, he say youth. He not youth. He 32 years old.
Try to do something there for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can say that rain flog you for son. If I go here, you go on low, good treatment. Then someone can order they say, government will order the legislator. So what a benefit for we the youth now when they order the legislator from 2011 or to this time. So what a benefit for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I agree with him, Nelson. Nelson, no, seriously, he's 100% right, Nelson. He is. Because what happened here is that at the end of the day, the government need to do more. The government really need to do more. And that's our problem. Let's say I lost my voice after the show last night.
Yeah. I thought it's the code.
Yeah, it's the code. After the show last night, you know, I started having a serious cough.
Wow.
I don't know whether that's so panel chasing me.
No, I don't think so.
So panel will be on the show tomorrow. So panel coming on the show tomorrow. And Eli Shanahan, I think that's his name. Elias, he coming on the show tomorrow too.
Okay.
Yeah. And so panel will be on the show tomorrow. We're gonna be having a big day tomorrow. I hope my voice is better. And we got a lot of news today in the courthouse. The government having a rough time in the courthouse. We'll be talking about the president gave 4 all black. He gave it a NOCAL. Why? We got to discuss that. It doesn't look good though. I mean, it's the mass. You know, I'll wait for us to discuss that. So I'm going to talk less tonight. Maybe somebody can moderate the show because I'm having some serious. I think it's stress choke, right? And it's very serious, you know. I gotta look for some good ginger tea. What I'm drinking is not helping. I decided to do Starbucks today. You see Starbucks? Yeah. It's not helping either. I went to Wawa, I couldn't help it. And this one I have it.
Maybe you need the real Liberian ginger.
You need something organic.
Like American ginger, you need real Liberian ginger.
I do. I need something because, I don't understand this one, but I need something that ginger and pepper or something to clear my throat. But it is what it is. We'll manage. Yeah, I think that the show from yesterday. You are right. Fubi, how you doing, Fubi? It's good to see you, Darius, as always. It's good to see you, Darius. Always money, Fubi. Fubi, Castle Good is here. Uncle Sam is coming. Karis Mostly Great Mama is coming. We are going to discuss the NOCAL all black issue. And it's getting to be bad out there. So Minister Gaffwan received 400 gallons of gas for what? I kind of show my business. Somebody tell me, say, why Minister Gaffwan receiving 400 gallons of gas? But you're living with it every day. The news can't stop coming. Every day is something new. And they get 400 gallons of gas to my business again. He's the final minister. Let it give it to him. Let's talk something serious, my people. Well, you know, Councilor Good, what's up, man? How you doing?
Not bad. Gentlemen, sorry last night I couldn't join you guys. My internet was so terrible. But I think It was a nice interview. Lots of things came out that should not have come out, but well, that's it. That's how it is when you haul rope will haul butch. So hope we'll have a very good show tonight. But my end is okay.
So,
Let me say
what
hi
are we?
to my friend Fubi.
So to
Fubi and
Monday,
Darius.
Monday will be Edwin Snow mother birthday. The Oma tenant for 90. She's gonna be 90 on Monday, and we'll celebrate her birthday. I heard that I'll be getting some of the cake. So 90, she man, trust me. And the woman still walking.
Yeah, they say I wanna kill through. They say I wanna kill through screen. Yeah, easy thing.
No. People will bring it. People coming. They will bring my own piece of cake. They coming.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, my woman. I spoke to her today. We were speaking Crew, but she left me behind because I don't speak Crew too well. So she left me behind, and I said, okay, woman, I put it in English more. Yeah. Before we ask your end, how Wakadugu?
Wakadugu is doing great. Development is ongoing. A lot of things happening. The rainy season, but it's not like Labrador rainy season. So you have strong sun. You can have the rainy season, but the rain probably 30 minutes or 1 hour maximum, and the rest of it will be some blazing fire sun. But all is well, and we look forward to a good show. And Liberia will not burn. Don't worry. Don't kill yourself. Just do what you can do and do the best you can do. Don't get too frustrated. Don't get too depressed or stressed. I always tell people things will fix, things will sort themselves out in time. Just take each moment as they come. Like we say, ask for one day at a time. Live life one day at a time. One day at a time, sweet Jesus. That's all I'm asking of you. Take it one day at a time. It's coming up well. Well, thank you.
You're right. You're right. Just one day at a time. Darius, it's good to see you on Darius.
Yeah, so good evening to all of you, panelists, our people following Spoon. Spoon continue to be one of the most leading network platform across the country. Phoebe is Burkina Faso. Nelson, thank you for the work. So yes, the topics are interesting. We will dive into it. We look forward for a cross-firing conversation.
Yeah, man. So while we get more time, I'm putting some video up. I'm confused, Counselor. But Nelson, I've seen some video. Can you upload them, please? Counselor, who is this guy? Who is this guy?
That Peter Johnson. Peter Johnson. I think he's the head for major crime.
Is he the chief investigator in the lawmaker case, the Austin case?
Well,
he's the first prosecution or witness.
I beg you, Darius, let's listen to Counselor. Counselor, go ahead.
Yeah, I think because head of major crime, he's supposed to be the chief investigator. I think he's the chief investigator. Yeah, I think he's the chief investigator for this case. I'm not too sure, but once they are using him, it means that he plays a senior role. Because we work together.
This is the guy that said went to the bathroom 7 times. What happened? You were having diarrhea? His stomach was running 7 times. He went to the bathroom. But anyway, we would talk.
It depends. Nobody knows. No, they didn't do a medical check before going to testify, so nobody knows what he was.
Listen, I'm just going to report some. You're right. I'm going to report some strange thing today. They said the man went to the bathroom 7 times. But today the prosecutor again brought in another witness. I'm trying to find his name today and put his picture up. We'll be talking about the testimony and what was presented. And, you know, social media AI recording. Some group are calling it AI recording. The Liberia National Police, under the chief investigator, saying these are evidence to proceed with this case. These are the overwhelming evidence. So we have play to play from the courtroom. We'll listen to our reporter who took good notes, and we will be discussing it. We'll be discussing some of the videos they play today in the courtroom. Some of those videos is very important to listen to, and the Liberian people will decide. I just came across a school building in 40 Family District in Bon County. Nelson, I sent it to you. If Nelson is fair, he's going to show it because, you know, he's from Bon County and 40 Family, that his older brother. If you want to be fair on the show, he will send that. The school is deplorable. I mean, 40 Family, you know, Representative Family, he need to speak to this. The school is very deplorable. How can 40 Family allow the babies to live to attend the schools? So we'll be talking to you. Nelson, is he ready? Mr. Nelson Colette.
It's loading. It's loading. It will soon be ready. It's almost up.
Fubi, what you make up of this guy? He went in the bathroom 7 times. I mean, why would the guy go to the bathroom 7 times, Fubi? 7 good times.
Yeah, the man drank plenty water, or he ate something that ran his stomach. He definitely would have to use the bathroom plenty time. So, like Councilor Good said, nobody did medical checkup to know his state. So, I will not criticize him for that. Well, it can be exciting when you're on the witness stand. I did that before with that co case. I was the D witness, the star witness. It can be exciting, but the guy knows they know what they're doing. So I will not judge him on a bathroom 7 rounds.
Yeah, but my thing is that, you know, this guy does. Darryl, wait for your time, Darryl. If you wait for your time, you enjoy it. Wait, I want to ask you, Fubi. Yeah, go. You want to say something, sir?
Yeah, Stanton. Peter Johnson is not a man who will be excited, you know, being on the stand. So excitement will come, you know, when people is the first experience, you know, first to be experience.
Going to the bathroom 7 times, that is not excitement though.
Fine. So that could be some that could be some, you know.
I mean, does he have bladder problem? Does he have bladder problem? Was he having
maybe looking at the number of times. Honestly,
does he have blood pressure, sugar problem?
Maybe, so that's why I said nobody knows his medical condition, because that is an experienced investigator that have testified in many cases. I know him for a fact. So for him
I'm not saying
all of get excited.
No, I'm not saying it's not an experience. Yeah, but everybody was waiting for the man. The first time he went to the bathroom, he said, "I'll be back, Your Honor." He went the second time. They were in that place for less than 4 hours. The man went to the bathroom 7 times. You do the math. So that is to say, every 35 to 40 minutes, he went to the bathroom. Right? I mean, you can do the math. What was happening to him?
He consumed a lot of liquid. He consumed a lot of liquid before appearing.
So was he charged? You think he was drunk? I mean, I'm just saying something. Darius, what do you think?
What I do know him, I don't know him, to be an investigator that will be afraid or be overly excited about a case. No, I don't know Peter Johnson to be like that. So if you are trying to be that person, then then it must be something else that I don't know. But for him, I know him to be. There are few guys in the National Police.
I know. Peter Johnson,
take
but
control.
I mean, I don't know.
Take control of the testimony. They take control
Yeah,
of the
but
case.
we get it.
So Peter is
Councilor,
on.
Councilor will get it. Councilor will get it. I know that you're friend. Why about Raphael Wilson?
No,
That's
no, but
it's
not about friends. It's not about friends. These are people that I work with. Work in the Ministry of Justice. It's not about friends.
Councilor, wait. Councilor Luna will get some delay. Wait, I beg you. Let your Darius. Your man and the other guy, the other witness name is Raphael Wilson. He's the second investigator. He's the lead investigator, Raphael Wilson. So we're going to show all the pictures. You know, we're going to talk about this case today. Talk to us, Darius.
but see, to be on the witness stand and using the bathroom over 7 times, it's not normal. But like many said, maybe like Phoebe and Goo, maybe he did not do his medical, or perhaps the case is so tough and the evidences are not there, or the testimonies are not adding up. So using the bathroom, it could be a technique to go consult. So maybe he did not really use the bathroom, but using the time to go and consult to add up the testimony and get the main points from the backyard. So I think you see, if you saw the defense team, Councilor Kofa spoke about that when you see in the case of such in the court, and the prosecution witness is using the bathroom most often, it's a sign of defeat, or it just tells you that the testimonies are not adding up.
Okay. And when we're talking about it tonight, I want to welcome all of you. We're going to call your name. Sorry, we didn't call your name. But let's call your name. Those of you that join us: Cecilia Ajivon, Kukula Jones, J. Faya Sese, Dennis Mandiba, Wema, what's the name? So Albert Jada is here. Vivian, can somebody help call some names because I'm losing my voice, please? Fumi, can you try? Nelson, can you call some name? Let's recognize our folks.
Yeah, maybe I can pick few. I see Robert Dugbe is here. D. Abraham Soa, Abu Kanen is joining in. I see Boyman Jusu Wesley, Otelo Swa joining in as well. I see Daddy Nice is coming on. Benjamin Johnson is here as well. Umaru Kengo, James is moving fast. Iris Lato is joining in as well. Soli Kaba, and I see Abraham Seku joining us from Congo Town.
Yeah, Councilor, you want to call some names if you can?
Councilor Gu, you are muted.
Yeah, I see voice of Lawala Zoo. I'm not getting the names coming too much. I see Nathaniel K. Hill, welcome. Augustine Passaway, Samuel D. Koi, Barnabas Tor, Nancy Massaquel, all of you are welcome. Emmanuel C. Finley, T. Carlos Ferrari Magdo, welcome. Abraham T. Sekou, Robert Dogba, Bangali Jabate, Daniel Tente, welcome. D. Abraham Swar, Abu A. Conan, Aliyu Kamara, Dexter D. Davis Sr., Miata Walker Griffith, you're all welcome. Stephen Goto, Morris Johnson, Robert Duba, Tote Ba, Michael D. Tukba, Amara Sise, Breman Jusufani, Rav Woya, Emmanuel Demalia Nafekpai. Welcome all of you. Josh Wilson, Alfred T. Tukba Koyoni, Nia Otelo Swa, Joseph Dolo Nyang, Edwin Jalabasi, Kape Nipe, Dali Nice, Setu Lawrence, Morris Rabos Jr., Evelyn Moore, Amjad, Kiawu, Darling, Dana, Beko. We are all welcome. Somebody can take it from there.
Fubi, you want help? Fubi, are you us? Dada Bobla, welcome to the show. How you doing, Dada Bobla? We're trying to recognize our follower. Can you take it away, Dada Bobla?
Sure. I see Yama Abu, welcome. Abraham, Justina Connor, Jared Boyka, Kima Batu, Robinson, welcome. Anthony Wimpier, Moses Bisse, Matthew, welcome. Jacob, welcome. Milton, welcome. Sam Johnson Jr., welcome. Jared Taylor, welcome. Mark Davis, Reno King, Sita Herman, Comfort Yuma, Patrick Shah, David Nice, welcome. Abdullah, welcome. Kokulo, welcome. Fomba Sese, welcome. Sekou Donso, welcome. Julius Masakolo, welcome. Wickley Campbell, welcome. Eric Cheer, Stephen Seeley, welcome. Caroline Walu, welcome. Harris Kukwa, welcome. Martin, welcome. Fumba, welcome. Lawrence Butlers, welcome. Swa Mawolo, welcome. Adolphus Collins, welcome. Michael Tokwa, welcome to the show. Rufus Massaquoi, welcome. Wilma Knuckles, welcome. John Williams, welcome. Patient Davis, welcome. Welcome to the show. Hassan Bility, welcome. Amos Bian, Abraham Jala, Siafa Sherry, welcome to Spoon. Osman Ba, welcome. Emmanuel Va, welcome. Tom Buyu, welcome. Morris Moore, welcome. Kanaka Masale II, welcome to the show. Famata Besman. Keep going, Gio.
Dr. Bopla, thank you very much. I haven't trouble with my voice. Go ahead, Fubi.
On YouTube, we got Lawrence Appleton, Siriki Keller, Nathani Oops, Eo White, Lucene Connor, Musa Harris Pinto, Manjo Gafuan, Amos Kai, Stanley Zor, Abraham Fanny, Christian Pajibo, Tamba Banjafula, Edward Totman Jr., Leroy Johnson, Augusta Reeves, James Gavler, Natalie Weir, Theodosia Hart, Paul T. Woyi, Mamadi Donzo, Usmani Sese, Comfort Youngbe, Freeman, Thomas Jala, Kreya, Layama Williams, Sean Wright, Frank Siawe, Evelyn Moore, Joan Riches, Nathaniel Hill, somebody Waterfall, Barnabas Paul, Abu Kone, Daddy Nice.
Thank you very much. We're going to start this. Thank you very much, Fubi. Thank you, Dr. Boblet. Thank you, Councilor Gu and Darius Do. Thanks. We're going to jump into this thing. We're going to take our own time. I'm sorry, guys. It's the best I can do. But I want to recognize a very wonderful, a 90-year-old wonderful lady. Monday would be her birthday. And I want to say to all of you, this is a pre-birthday shout out. Hello, Boblet. A pre-birthday shout out. 90 years old and still moving strong, Dr. Boblet.
Man, that's a blessing, CEO, a huge blessing. The senator should thank God his mom's still here. I lost my mom, Stanton. She was 57. She died a month before my graduation from college. And you still got your mom. She's 90 years old. Celebrate, my man. Yeah.
The rest of the year, celebrate, be thankful.
And then,
Happy birthday, Mom.
The 90th birthday celebration of Mary Taino Capet Snow. So you tell me whether the man, he doesn't have a good blood in him. Mary Taino Capet Snow. On Monday, she will be 90 years old. Wow. That's big. I'm sorry. I don't know. I hope I have my voice back. That's the problem. I'm hearing the music they are playing. The whole yard is jammed. They started early celebration. I'm seeing family members from all over the world just going to Liberia to celebrate this birthday.
Plenty to celebrate. Plenty to celebrate.
A lot. Children, grandchildren, great-grand. I don't know, but happy birthday to Ellen Snow mom, that's Senator Snow mother, Mary Taino Capet Snow. We want to say happy birthday. Monday is her birthday. The 16th, she will be turning 90 years old. I mean, she's strong, she's moving in good health, in good strength, and her children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, the good, the bad, the ugly. I don't know which category will put Snow in. Is he a good child? Is he a bad child? I mean, which category? Because among your children, you got good ones and bad ones that will play, right? But the problem told me that you're scared, you can't answer the question. All right, Counselor, which category are you going to
The man is a good and successful child. The man is a good and successful child.
Oh, yeah? Fubi, why about you?
Yeah.
Which category are you going to put Snow in?
The man is able to be concerned about that one. They say more once it takes taking care of her up to this stage, I think to her, you'll be a good child. But when you come to politics, you will have mixed views. Those that don't like him will criticize him, those that like him will praise him. So like they say monkey not far but a man like it. So whatever the case is, like or good or bad, I think your man loves him. I think that's the most important thing.
Well, Darren, what say you? You think Snow fit in which category? Yeah, good or bad? Which one?
The man is a blessed child. Yes, that's what I can say. He's a blessed child. Follow his track record. He's successful. He's a blessed child, and that is the mother's blessing. He's a blessed child. He's good. But then if you need to know that he's good and his mother do love him, when the Ministry of Information issued that misstatement, the man said it in open session. Like my mother pressure gone, it went up. So it tells you that she cares for him and he cares for his mother as well. So he's a blessed child.
I do believe, on a serious note, I do believe that Snow is a spoiled child. Yes, indeed, he's a blessed child. I think he's the spoiled one. Yeah, seriously. I think Snow is that child that I think among all her children, and maybe I will get in trouble. I think she loves Snow the best among all her children. I believe that maybe. I think she loves Snow the best.
The high-headed children, they the one can always end up in the mother, the parent being,
And he refused, right? What I'm hearing, he refused for the old man to leave Liberia. He said it would destroy him to see a woman leaving from him. Just imagine, he got children, he married 2-3 times. How many times a guy got married? 4 times, right? He married 4-5 times, but he still can't leave. Like they say, you don't leave my house. The man stay there.
But see, sometimes it's good because I just listened to a flip side of the Nancy Doe spokesperson, the gentleman who claiming to be the spokesperson of the family. He said all along, Nancy Doe been here. She was not sick. She only went to Redemption or Cali Hospital once. But then when she went out,
we leave the Nancy Doe home because we feel
so
what I
sometimes
say.
it good to be home. See what I'm trying to say? Good to be home. You
Yeah,
get the kind of family love.
look,
And to go
my thing.
abroad there.
So there is my thing, and all of you. I think Snow is that spoiled child, but he's that blessed child. And give it to him. Yeah, he have gone above and beyond taking care of his mom. The mother is seeing her birthday on Monday, and trust me, you see all the cow that were between CDC and Nesido family, Snow to one of that cow. He gonna kill that cow on Monday.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would take one of the cow. I wanted that. I think would live on. I would take one of that cow and kill it. That's a problem. You buy. Talk to us, sir.
Look, CEO, I want to commend you. I thought you did an excellent job last night. I watched almost the entire interview. I didn't watch the tail end. I had to move on to do some stuff, but I think you did a good job. From a national interest standpoint, I think that's very high. From a national profit standpoint, I think that's a different story. But we pray for Mrs. Doe's family, her children, her entire family. We pray peace and comfort for them as they prepare to lay their mother to rest. And I pray for our country that we will unite and focus on doing the best we can right now for our nation, so that 5 years from now we're in a much better place. That is my hope, and I'm living with that hope. But you did a great job last night, sir.
Dr. Boplet, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I really do appreciate that work and appreciate what we do here. Tomorrow we'll be having Senator Zoe Penner. Zoe Penner is coming as our guest tomorrow. For the first segment, we're going to be having Eli Shanahan. I think Eli Shanahan, his name is. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. He will be here to talk about the non-permanent seat and that of Asada Mittal. And then the second segment, for 1 hour, we have Zoe Penner, Senator Zoe Penner from Grand Julia, to speak about those allegations that were made against him by Mami Doe. It's going to be a great show tomorrow. I hope my voice come back and I will be able to conduct the interview, or as someone else going to conduct the interview. But I want to say to all of you, thank you. We can now get into the program. The first thing off the bat is, let's talk what you've been hearing, Councillor. I will start with you about the legal situation involving the 4 lawmakers. And after that, we'll talk about the NOCAL, the 100% executive allocation that were given to NOCAL by Joseph Yima Boaka, the president. Councillor, let's talk about this legal case involving the 5 lawmakers.
Stanton, the process is ongoing. The defendants have utilized their rights under the law to request for preliminary examination of the evidence, for the determination or establishment of a probable cause to file the case to the circuit court for the grand jury to have an opportunity to review the evidence and come up with an indictment. So while the process is ongoing, I will refrain from speaking about whether the evidence is strong, whether the evidence is weak, whether the witnesses are testifying, rightly or wrongly. I would just hope that the process will be conducted free and fairly, and that the right judgment will be rendered after the hearing of the evidence provided by the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Fuyi, what are you hearing? 2 days now, preliminary trial. Well, what are you hearing?
Yeah, I think tomorrow should be the closing. It's just you will always have the regular spin. Those that for the defendants will spin it their own way. Those for the prosecution will also spin it their own way. Like yesterday on Grace's page, he came out and said, "Oh, the prosecution is only dwelling on gossip." So I say I went back to fire him. I told him that in Liberia, 95% of our gossips are true. So you might not like it, but most of the things that come out in Liberia comes out they come out through gossip. And so when they and don't overlook gossip when they come up, because most of the time you don't get it on the beer table, you get it in some kind of nightclub or some kind of exciting moment. Somebody just wants to talk and they try to confess and say some of these things. So and nobody, no matter how camera at the Capitol building to view who all enter to burn the place. You never have people telling them and videotaping their conversation or whatever stuff if they actually did. So you will definitely have to rely on people saying that this thing happened, this guy was involved, this guy helped, this guy do this, and this guy did this. And so you definitely have to rely on some of those things. And with technology also, people can also go back to some of these different stuff. All these conversations sometimes they are stored on in the web. So people will go back to these some of the places and be able to retrieve them. So there's a high possibility to be able to retrieve some of these kind of recordings. So it's possible. So if the guys can go on social media and retrieve some of these things that are stored on the cloud, they can use them, because right now social media posts or conversations are being used to even find people guilty for different stuff. So people now, the world have evolved, so it will not just be a mere or social media post. No, so people can say that. For those that are relying on some of those things, so they were not privileged to sit down and see Vonati Kofa, and now you watch some of those different crime, investigative those movies. You see how people kill different stuff, events, and try to follow up. Sometimes it takes years to uncover who committed a crime, and at the end of the day, just one lead that they will have can lend them directly to the actual culprit of a special crime, after many years. So this time, thank God, it was fast that they had people to accuse. If they actually did it, they will go through the arguments, and at the end of the day, we'll move on. So then the fact that the first guys that were arrested, Thomas and the other guys that were arrested, and they went through the same preliminary hearing and they were actually indicted for the crime, I don't think the defense will have any way out of it. They just have to they just have to follow through, because they are also linked to the very stuff. So it'll have to be a trial. So I think they should be either asking for separate trial or joint trial.
Well, thank you very much. If I understand you, it's like, are you saying all of the evidence so far the government is taking from Facebook, from social media?
No, I didn't say all. I didn't follow up. I just used the scenario from Grace post yesterday, and also some of the conversation that the guy said they use to follow social media. And social media is not just Facebook. Their WhatsApp conversation, all of those stuff. Which I think at some point I even asked Kofa whether the voice on that recording was his. He said it sounds like him, but he doesn't remember following up after that conversation. So he actually agreed that they had that conversation, but for to follow up after, he didn't remember he and this guy going further with that conversation. So that's something that he already admitted to.
All right, thank you. Let me bring you in, Darius. Let's hear you.
Well, CEO, I think it's good to discuss this because it's a public case. The investigation is public. The first thing the defense were able to do is to secure a bond, and the judge approved that. And then the defense team of the accused lawmakers, they pray for a motion to hear a pre-trial of the case, and the judge also granted that, while the state prosecutors were praying for the motion of a pre-hearing of the case should be dismissed on the basis that the case were already pre-heard. I mean, pre-hearing took place during Edgewood and UACC, when they were brought in. But then the court granted the pre-trial so as to establish whether or not there are evidences, compelling evidences that can link the accused lawmakers to their various charges by the police. So I think it is playing out good. But then if you follow what is happening and what is coming from in the courtroom, it's like the defense counsel, the defense lawyers of the lawmakers, the accused lawmakers, are saying that the only evidence or pieces of evidence that's being brought forward to link them to arson, to attempted murder, proper damage of property, all the charges, the only evidence the state prosecutors are presenting during the pre-trial Facebook post of Councillor Kofa when he posted a Lomo, and then there is a recording that is in circulation where Representative Abu Kamara was speaking to Councillor Kofa when Councillor Kofa said he was at the president's place, which president is not made clear in the recording. When the recording was done, the defense counsel argued that the recording is AI, it was dotted, and he talked about WhatsApp. Since Facebook is not the only social media, there also WhatsApp has fake account. You can chat, you can create fake chat, even put people's name, and then you exchange conversation if it is real. But there are ways to detect whether there is fake chat, whether it is a fake WhatsApp chat. So yes, the entire thing now is at the center stage, and then tomorrow we hope to see the conclusion of the final arguments, cross-examination of both sides, and see whether the judge can take the case to criminal court A.
Thank you.
But then at criminal court A, the grand jury is not sitting until August. Yeah.
Darius, let's hold you there. Dr. Booklet, welcome to the show. Let's talk about what you know. The past 2 days, the preliminary hearing trial.
Yeah, so it's been procedural stuff. On Monday, IG Coleman said he thought that what they had gathered and put together was good evidence. He felt confident. They had him on the Super Morning Show for an hour. He spoke. Interestingly, when I got to court yesterday, there was talk about the audio where they said it was Arba Kofa's voice, and then the defense and others were saying this is AI generated. So I just thought it was interesting that in the age of AI, everything's in now, so you got to go everywhere and look everywhere, because they were trying to say that, hey, this voice was manufactured. But I think it'll be interesting to see, because if the state make a good enough case, the counselor here can help us there. It goes to a grand jury for indictment. Is that right, counselor? That's the next step after the preliminaries. If they feel like they got enough, then it goes to a grand jury, right, for indictment.
Yeah, if probable cause is determined, they'll file the case to the criminal court A, and then it will be presented for the grand jury. However, while the case is ongoing at the ministerial court, the government can request for the convening of a special grand jury, and they can get an indictment. When that indictment is gotten, the preliminary hearing at the ministerial court is done, because the grand jury have already come up with an indictment. So if that is not done, we'll have to wait for the preliminary hearing to complete before they can proceed further.
Thank you, Councillor. And that's absolutely correct. I don't think, though, in this case, that the government will go that route. I think they will let this preliminary hearing play out. But just so the public aware, probable cause is a low bar, a very low bar. So the government doesn't need a lot to have probable cause and move the case. I will say this though, Stanton, in closing, and the counselor can attest to that, I'm sure. Just because you feel like you have good evidence, preponderance of evidence, sufficient evidence, that does not translate into a conviction. A conviction comes at the end of a trial, and plenty of things can happen at trial. So I said at the beginning of all of this, let's walk alongside. We ask for fairness, we ask for transparency, and then let the judicial system do what it does.
Thank you very much. Now we got small information from our sources. We'll be reading some of them. I will share some of them. Some of the questions I will ask in the court, and some of the answer. Listen, we can do this. The question we're asked in the court. That's why you have people, lawyers, and the client, and the answer that were given to those questions. So we have them from yesterday to today, and I will read them. I will post them, and then you guys can tell us if we make adjustment of your camera that would not see your hand when you tap in. I know you are researching. So let's bring in Paul Kennedy. What you've been observing, Paul?
Thank you very much, Stanton, and good evening to my colleagues on the panel and the Liberian people. I've been observing nothing. Absolutely, I have not followed this case, and I try not to pretend to be a lawyer. What I think, though, is the processes that have led to arraigning the persons of interest and presenting them over to the court, and now they have pre-trial deliberations ongoing. I just, honestly think that it is a good precedent that we begin to see in our country. It speaks to a lot of things, and it brings a lot to light. So I would definitely defer all of anything I have to say, particularly with regards to the process and the court proceeding, over to the lawyers that are on here. Then I'm my area there, and I was staying out and just look and listen to the lawyers and learn from them. Thank you.
Yeah, but you got questions and opinion. We are not lawyers, but we do this thing to help inform us and those listening to us.
Certainly, when the question comes, and if I have any question on the process and whatsoever, I'm glad to share it with my colleague here, Councillor Gu, and the rest of them.
Yeah, that's why we will make sure that he doesn't go anywhere, because we need him. Dr. Bopler did just small law, and they didn't give him a certificate, but this man completed it. So we got to keep Councillor Gu. Dr. Bopler didn't give me. Colonel Gray, go ahead, Colonel Gray.
I hope he's talking that lemon, man. Yeah, because that voice can be that way.
I suck him more than lemon. Let's go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, okay. Well, I know good day, everyone. I know when it comes to a criminal matter like this, in council, I stand ready to be corrected. When it comes to a criminal matter like this, I doubt if preponderance recorded. That sounds more civil. So when we talk about hard evidence, maybe in and exculpatory evidence probably would be some of the thing, or DNA or any kind of thing you want to call it. But this is not that stage where you present your hard evidence. All you need, as Dr. Brokler said, is preliminary. So you just need some level of proof that this matter was criminal, and then it escalate into a grand jury, correct?
Normally, at the preliminary examination, the state will bring the best of its pieces of evidence to determine the probable cause. It is, and the reason is simple. The reason why the state have to bring its best evidence, because it is at that stage that the court will decide whether to file the case to the grand jury or dismiss the complaint. So they bring the best evidence to determine the probable cause for the case to go to the grand jury. Before the grand jury is where you provide all of the necessary evidence you have to convince the grand jury, that the crime was being committed and that those who are being accused are the ones to be held accountable, for the commission of the crime. And you talk about preponderance and evidence is not in criminal case. In criminal case, is reasonable doubt. So the law says what are the evidence can be so sufficient as it is. Once reasonable doubt exists, the defendant goes free. So you have to prove the case beyond all reasonable doubt. I don't care how many pieces of evidence you have. If doubt exists in any of those pieces of evidence that you provide, in your case, my brother, is done. The defendant walks out free.
Stanton, I have a question for the counselor. When is this determining whether it's a juror case or a trial directly by the judge? When is it determined, counselor?
So at the arraignment, when they arraign the defendants and they join issue with the state, that is by pleading not guilty, then they will request for a jury trial. It's at that point the request for a jury trial is made. By most time is the defense, even though the Constitution says all parties shall have the right to jury trial, but it's way in on the defense side to determine which way he or she wants his or her case to be heard. So whether by a jury or by the judge sitting as a trial of the law and facts.
And I ask this question because, I ask this question because of the quality and the credibility of most of the people walking around in Monrovia. Because it's always jury. I'm hearing Bofra somewhere, but it's always jury. Sorry, it's always juror of your peers. So 9 out of 10, it will be people coming from within Monrovia, pretty much within the environment where we live, right? Based on what we see, do you think there's a possibility for the case to be tampered with by the juror themselves, by decisions of the juror themselves, on the credibility issue, on poverty, and other, quality that could subject the juror into bribery? Is that possible? Also, is that something you're afraid of?
That's a risk of a jury trial, because the jury trial is on personal feelings and how the jury sees the evidence. So sometimes you can have the best of evidence that even the judge sitting can see that the evidence is strong. My brother, the juror could go in the room and for so many reasons they can come out with a non-guilty verdict or sometimes a guilty verdict. So the issue of tempering, those are always been complained of. It's possible, especially when the jurors are not being sequestrated. Even at the time that the jurors are sequestrated, there are complaints of the state, or going to influence the jury because they have the security and all of that. There are complaints of the defense infiltrating the jury through family members, they bringing in food, and sometimes they slash the bread, they put money and information in the bread, and a sandwich and put it and send it to the jurors. Of course, so many times those things happen. So there are lots of of ways that the jury can be tampered with. But I mean, it's just level of a good citizen, to come up with a strong, a very good verdict. But judgment of the peers, yes, most of the book comes from government ministries and agencies now. Most of them, some of them come from the community, the commissioners, they request their names because they use the elections commission registration rule too. Yeah, so they go there and they contact people based on the information from elections commission. So the jury office, handles that. So they're the same people from the community who have their own opinion on issue. Some of them listen to the case, they already have an opinion.
So let's hold the councillor. Councillor, don't do that thing.
Selected,
Don't
and then they
do it.
come out, and when it comes,
Yeah, councillor, you got to call your.
no, I'm not running with my internet, just not to.
Yeah, call them, tell them not to try that. But let's do this real quick, right? But I'm concerned. Some of the stuff we're hearing today, I'm uploading them. Some of the information we're receiving. People talk about text messages. Let's talk about the guys that are investigating. Let's talk about them. These guys that that are investigating the case. You will help us, Councilor. Can you please? Can you tell us more about this this gentleman?
So, in the Liberia National Police, as far as I know, the people that many years I work with the Liberia National Police, these are some of these. This is one of the best, more professional police investigators we have in the country. This is Raphael Wilson. He's I think the head for also in the major crime area, but the head for I think the financial crime area or so. Either he or Peter Johnson, I've forgotten the role he played, but he's one of the best that we have. There are three police investigators that I can point to in the Liberia National Police. This is one. Peter Johnson is another one, and there's a guy from the anti-robbery department. They call Roland Warning. There's another smart and very good professional police officer. So to that extent, I know them to be professional.
So have you worked with them before?
Of course, I worked with them on several cases, several cases. As a matter of fact, Roland and myself even went for training together before, in Ghana. So yes, I work with them on many cases, Raphael Wilson, all the guys are talking about are people who I work with, and many times, in fact, they call me for consultation at the Ministry of Justice being active. I gave them advice in most of their criminal investigation. So I know them.
Okay, so let's and this is Peter Johnson. This is Peter Johnson. Both
Yes.
of them from yesterday to today, these were the two that actually the state presented as the witness. Councillor. So the state presented them as the lead investigator, and these are the two gentlemen, officer from the Liberia National Police, that presenting evidence. Now, this is Peter Johnson. You know exactly now who representing the state, and this is Raphael Wilson. If you ask who representing the state as per the investigation, these are the two gentlemen. Now, we're going to put the picture down. Let's go into another round real quick. Something like this, Councilor, come up, right? Give you an overview, and then they begin to go into the question. We got a lot, and I want us to discuss it today. I will share it with you guys, and I want us to discuss it. One of the questions, Honorable Kofa, member of the chat room in question, if you read this, that they were asking question 4, we believe that he saw the message. Honorable Kofa is one of the financier of the group that burned the Capitol building. This is the investigator report. The John Chamber of the Legislature, in that Thomas Etheridge, in his information to the Liberia National Police, referred to Honorable Kofa as higher up. You remember when Gregory Coleman was talking about he's the boss, the higher up. These are the information that was presented in the court today. In that interim, they are saying he received $1,000 to pay those persons that were involved in the commission of the crime, in the issue of conspiracy. Now, we're going to go down and we're going to read. Now, the text messages that they are linking Kofato, this is some of the text messages. Read the text message. Some of the staff members from the Capitol building, Patient Baseman, and Oli report. I'm going to share this. There are so many of them, and they are saying this is the chat room of the Honorable Kofa staff. These are his staff chat room, staff exchange messages. Sorry, I'm losing my voice again, but let's read. The building is large. Can you read it? Can I know you guys read it, please? Let's go from the top.
Let me see if I can get it from here. The building is large and crowded. Why do they leave other office staff and go arrest the speaker's staff? Everything these days. And then they reply there, they arrested 40 staffers and pepper sprayed them. And then you have Olio is saying, imagine that. I advise someone to quickly go and get Tom's phone from him if it has not been done yet, or let him be removed from all of the office chat room temporarily.
Okay, so if you read again, I'm sorry, I coming bad, but let me try my best. You got to understand the staff of Paul Kennedy, they were discussing amongst themselves. And these are some of the evidence that we received today from our sources that the Liberia National Police presenting. And this is some of the reason why they are bringing Fonati Kofa and charging him one arson and conspiracy, and you know the rest of the charges. We got a lot of information we will be sharing with you all today. Give us the chance while we upload that. My question to you, if these are the only evidence these guys are presenting, are you concerned? Are you worried? Let's hear you. We'll start from Uncle Sam that just joining us and go around the table while I share the rest of the information. Uncle Sam.
Okay, so let's just be very clear here. The capacity of the Liberia National Police is clearly not up to this task to investigate any level of arson or other circumstances around that. Clearly, they brought in some firefighters from Minnesota, my brother Remy Gray's state. They said there were accelerants used, but they also proposed further forensic investigation. So I know Fonati very well. When Fonati and I have to speak in confidence, he doesn't even do it within earshot of his staff. He waits till he gets home when he's all by himself. Fonati is an attorney at law, well-versed in evidentiary matter. There's no way that the Fonati I know will discuss arson or will be involved in any kind of arson where there will be any trace to him. Because this is a guy who was admitted to the bar in the United States. And don't forget, Fonati also had an issue with the criminal justice system in the United States. So you understand, right? So, I mean, maybe they have other evidence that they will bring in later. But if this is some of the major evidence that they bring in, how does that tie Fonati Kofa to conspiracy? How does this tie him to financing this thing? How can they say that he had knowledge, okay, or forethought about arranging the burning of the Capitol? And will Fonati, the man of his status, burn the Capitol for political reasons? And he knew very well that in the court of public opinion, the rule of law side was winning tremendously. You know? So anyway, look, this doesn't look like any kind of evidence to me, unless they have something much more substantial, something much more that like they can tie him. I'm speaking strictly for Fanati, whom I've known for a very, very long time, and whom I respect, and who is a man who has a significant amount to lose, okay, to get involved in such what I call, if anybody's going to bring the capital, some this childish disposition. Okay, I just don't believe it, and and I hope the police have much more substantial evidence and information than what is being put in the public domain. For God's sake, I hope they do.
I just sent every one of you the summary of what took place today in court. It's too long of a summary, but you can read it and then we can have our discussion from there. It is concerning. Now, there was nothing more. They still have to rest. And the state said these are all our evidence.
Have they rested?
For today, to be correct. They are coming back tomorrow. So, Dr. Poplar, let's hear you. I know it's a long read, but what you have read so far, what I've seen, Dr. Poplar, I think you have it. Go ahead and talk to us.
So, it is not atypical for the state to present a little bit of evidence in the preliminary hearing. Remember, the preliminary hearing is just to get an indictment. That's all it do. So don't get carried away. If you look at what you say, now I'm not suggesting they have more. I'm telling you that they're trying to establish probable cause to move forward. So this is not where you see the whole end of the trial. You see everything. So I don't know what all I know is that the government too is IG said they have a lot. So just present a little bit now. Just at this point.
Dr. Poplar, I'm sorry, we're losing you. We hope you can come back. Councilor, what Dr. Poplar is saying
this is all.
I'm sorry, Dr. Poplar. I know that's the internet. Councilor, what Dr. Poplar is saying, what I mean, and I'm hearing that too. So you know what? Wait, the police have more. What say you, Councilor?
When you say wait, I don't understand. Because earlier I said to you that some of the best pieces of evidence that you have, you must present it to get probable cause. You don't go to the preliminary examination to be guessing. No. You don't go try law. So they will try they won't know. You gotta be direct, you gotta be clear. Because the judge will have to rule on the basis of what is before him. He has to be convinced about it. So you may have several other, you can have many pieces of evidence, right? Or you pick up some of the best, right? And then you put forward so that the rest can be probably, presented before the grand jury. So you don't give any weak information. The judge will not accept it, and it will dismiss your case.
Can I ask a quick question? Do they give access to the defense lawyers the body of evidence that they have at any time? Before the trial, are they required to do that? Is the state required to give a larger body of evidence
before trial
to the defense attorneys?
Before trial, we got what we call discovery.
Discovery.
Before trial, after the indictment, God will call discovery. There's a discovery period. So there's always a pre-trial hearing. It's during that pre-trial hearing, all of the witnesses you have, all of the pieces of information you have, evidence you have to bring a whole file and present it to the defendants. Yes, that's why it's not easy for the state to present new evidence after the indictment is drawn. It's very difficult. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, Fubi, talk to us, Fubi. We'll bring in Conan Gray.
Yeah, so the argument and counter argument from both sides, and I think if we follow also some of the objections that the defense were raising and asking for certain evidence not to be admitted were denied, and the judge allowed them to be admitted. And like I said earlier, they had a pre-trial with the same pieces of evidence for the first set of guys that are in jail right now. So I don't think it's gonna make any big difference when it comes to indicting Kofi and Co. with the very same evidence, because they used the very same evidence and indicted the first set of guys, and the guys are behind bars currently waiting for the actual trial. So a similar fate, and this is the same case. It's just bringing in more defendants to add to the existing ones. So they're gonna go through with this and close that matter with all of them going for the actual trial, and then the real court play will start. So all I ask the defense team, put your best set of. I think they said they had Gongolo and Associate joining them today to beef up their defense team, which is good for them. So put up your best, bring your best defense, your best set of lawyers to get on the case, and you'll go through the process. So all these things about trying to dismiss and push the case through the case also, that's not going to work right now, because we're all interested in knowing the actual happenings, and to start naming evidence as weak and lazy. The guys can use whatever link. Sometimes it doesn't have to be, because like I said earlier, the guys they didn't have camera following Kofa, following Abu, and all these guys named Dixon Sibu and all these guys everywhere they went. And they never had recording on them everywhere they went. So they will have to look for clues. What clue will link us to this guy? What clue will link this case to this person? And earlier they had 7 persons that they called for investigation. And out of the 7, they say, look, 2 of you go, Fuko go, because they were not linked to all those pieces of evidence that they have. And so, fair enough for them to say, you guys, we have no enough evidence to indict you guys or charge you guys, so you guys are free to go. But we have something on you, we'll call you back. But for these guys, all our traces pointed fingers directly to them. And so it's only fair that they go through it. They're not saying Kofa was at Capitol Building setting on fire. But there are some links that you can facilitate something. Just a one phone call can cause you to facilitate something. Just one text message can make you to facilitate using your vehicle.
So
Police pointed out.
So then I will go back to the lawyer here. Counselor, why would they charge Kofi and the rest of the guys for arson directly? Counselor, if they were not present, if the allegation that they burned the building, but they were not physically there, why charge them directly for arson, Counselor? Counselor Gu, are you hearing me?
Aiding, abetting, and conspiracy.
I mean, you're not a lawyer, man. Just go for the real lawyer to talk.
I'm not a lawyer
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So while the counselor getting stuff together, you can charge somebody who are never even at the scene of a crime. I can mastermind a crime, sit right in my house, and somebody else go kill somebody, and I can be found guilty and go to jail for life. I paid money, I told the person, I influenced them, I persuaded them, all those things. I provided a weapon. So you don't got to be physically on site to be convicted. Okay, so it's very possible to convict or something if I personally did. Okay, so that's very That's on now. Let him elaborate.
Yeah, Councilor, can you help us? Is that the way to go, Councilor Good?
You muted, man.
I think the councillor in login time because I heard a frog behind.
So aiding and abetting, accessory to the crime, those are all stuff they can tie you for. Councilor Gu, you muted.
No application.
All right, so we got to move on. We got to move on.
Tell the council, man.
let me just put this up, and we'll bring in Akaris Gray. Let me put this up. Presentation. Darius, can you read it?
So, presentation is a prosecution. The state is represented by the Justice Ministry and all prosecuting attorneys present in court are Councilor Augustine Fire, Solicitor General of the Republic of Liberia, Councilor Jerry D.K. Gawolo, Assistant Minister for Litigation, Ministry of Justice, Councilor Richie Scott, Junior, County Attorney for Mosurado County, and Councilor at Law, Jonah A. Kekula, and says they are ready to proceed.
So these are folks, Augustine Fire, the SG. Now we're going to go down into some of the questions and answer. Akaris most agree. We have 5 lawmakers. One of them, who is Priscilla Cooper, say, I'm going to move my own. I want to stand by my own. You got 4 of them. They are together. Yesterday and today, what are you hearing? What are you observing? How serious is this case? And the state document that they are providing, those evidence, how serious is this case to you?
First, thank you very much. Good evening to all of you. And I want to say good morning to all of people across the world, or good afternoon. And look, from day one, I've said the case is political. I've never changed about that. Even the removal of Article 5, I've said that the executive misbehaved. This case is a cartoon case. There is nothing new that the lawyers have said that we have not discussed on the show. From the moment the poor Edric and J. Tom and the other people started discussing the subject matter, we discussed the recordings, the play. We discussed the recordings right on the show here. The 2 separate recordings of what's we discussed them here. The government doesn't have evidence. Like Councilor said, rightfully, okay, look, in these preliminaries, you present your best. Maybe you will keep one so that the judge can be convinced for 4 years. There's no debate. But what they produce, that you say and I say, bad gossip. You say, you are sitting with the people, why you didn't report them? Somebody was recording that social media, we got our evidence from. Which one of the, ask you, which one of the social media platforms? You say, I can't disclose. Okay, that Facebook. They told you, say, social media institutions can just give people information up. If you and I had a private conversation, they told you, say, Facebook or whosoever can just take your information and give it up. That means, how do you break through someone, even private message, illegally without getting a court authority to do that? It's a serious violation, which is not even the case. You lied today in the court that you took Abu phone for him. Can you imagine that kind of lie? I saw the catharsis, that emotion from Abu shouting. It's a blatant lie. You said that you took the people's phones from them. You understand, the government has zero evidence. Nothing at all. Okay, we're just waiting for them to go through the case because the government will be disgraced and embarrassed. I've seen the reason why sometimes government don't win cases. Because the way they proceed, the way they handle the situation, If you were in a court today, you are going to laugh. All the journalists were there. People busted and started laughing in fact by the government pieces of evidence. Okay, they don't have anything. They're joking. Trust me today. I think they just wanted to embarrass these people and they wanted to put them behind bars so the government can say, oh, flexing muscles, you know, and we can fight. But it's a pure mockery. You know what it means? To sit on cell phone and discuss about burning Capitol building like CMN Councilor Jackson, that fanatic sit and discuss on social network or how they call it, telephone, fanatic over. Okay? Can you imagine that? Somebody say, okay, you posted on Facebook, you saw social and so thing. And what are you posted that the next day there will be watershed? That means maybe water and sewer, they knew they were going to burn Capitol building or going to waste water there to color the fire. That's what it means. You know, all of these things, look, the people didn't ready to run the country. For me, I see the case as a distraction. Of late, the masses been complaining on the sidewalk, you know, the hardship in the country and all of those things. They just want to distract the attention of people to something that they don't even have authority on. That police, that what you call professional policing. Let's be frank, maybe they have professional people, but they have become very partisan minded. They have become very political. You can have a professional person, but maybe that person can change overnight. Like Conor Gray said, oh, it's true, we got some professional people in the police. But their comportment, their behavior are changed over the time. Okay? Oh, Conor Gray, let me tell you this. You're a professional officer. You can take that pieces of evidence to court Conor Gray because the lawyer will drag you and they will grade you and they will destroy you. And when the court said we'll deconstruct that evidence, trust me today, I was just laughing yesterday when he said we'll deconstruct that evidence. You're not going against an ordinary lawyer. Whether you like it or not, Kofa is a genius and one of the best. Okay? The guy's got the best cream of lawyers in the country. So this case here, let me tell you, while they will be discussing it in the court, we'll be discussing it in the public also. Don't make no mistake. Some days myself will go live on it. We got to deconstruct and destroy that trash, that cartoon case, that kangaroo evidence they're providing. Somebody jump and say, oh, yeah, in conclusion, just 1 minute, somebody jump and say, oh, the last time of access and so thing, that kind of gossip, them are men who be king on them force. He say most of the gossip, 90% of our laughing at me out to a fool. But on a very serious note, nobody go to court with mere gossip. You gotta break evidence. We'll talk about evidence. That's what we're talking about.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Remember the Alamo oil run. Remember the Alamo oil run.
I mean,
yeah, can you imagine that?
Thank you. That problem you went off. You want to finish up?
Robbery element, you bring it to can't testify in court of police officer who almost disrobed from the police for armed robbery.
Okay, Honorable Gray, hold on 1 minute. Dr. Boblat, can we hear you?
No, stand alone. All I would say is that, you know, law is not emotional. Law is not emotion. Law is reason. So the case is going to go through the process. The government say we got evidence. The defense say you ain't got nothing. The place you will find out is in the court. So my particular interest is that it'll be fair, it'll be transparent, and that justice will be. So I said from the beginning, I'm not going ahead, I want to go alongside and be a voice. We're watching, we want to make sure that the government does its job well, that all the being tried, we must all remember they're innocent until proven guilty, and they have all of their rights and entitlement to due process. So we'll follow the case and see. National interest. So we'll follow and see. That's where we are. So I'm following the evidence. I'm following the evidence.
Okay. So Paul, let's hear you before we go to Conor Gray. Let's hear you, Paul.
Stanton, this is a very important case, and it is going to be interesting to see how it lands. I'm not going to conclude anything based on the preliminary evidence produced in the court today, because you are dealing with lawyers and state prosecutors at the moment. My interest will be in watching to see where this case is leading, because it has persons of interest that have shown some high reputation, held high position in our country. I am not going to prejudge them based on their character before the court is, probing into the matter, because like Dr. Brookler said, we are dealing with human sentiment here. You could see if pastors committing crime. Nolan, I'm on the phone. And the pastor could commit a crime, and we can't say he's a good man or he's a bad man. Only the court of competent jurisdictions can actually probe into that matter with all the evidence provided to render them whether they're guilty or not. At this point, we are going to listen to them and see what evidence produced, and we're going to follow the case to the letter. I think that's what we can do without any kind of legal mind, just by common human reasoning.
No, thank you very much. Agree?
Stanton, both sides have their reputation on the line. This government is fully aware that this case will make or break them. And the selection of prosecutors they have, the likes of Augustine Fire, somebody I know very well, an integrity icon, if you will, and a number of other folks that are arguing this case on the prosecutorial side. These are individuals who pride their dignity. So both sides, and the right of to defend his dignity, especially Councillor Kofa, is also on the line. And most people think this is where you reduce all your pieces of evidence to a magistrate. You're only looking for a reason to escalate the case into a grand jury. So it doesn't take much. If a prosecution team cannot take a case from a preliminary hearing to a full hearing, then that's the worst prosecution ever there is. And I know with the resources available to prosecution teams, especially the like of Gregory, who holds alma mater to Harvard, and so on and so forth. He has interacted with so many police chiefs, some of whom are retired, and those people are looking for a way to foster their profession. It's a lifelong commitment. Any of them you invite to come and assist in this process, they wouldn't even think twice, they would jump it. And you don't know the kind of resources the prosecution has on hand. To believe that at this level they'll present all their best evidence and then they rough it there and then that's the end of the case. I don't have that feeling that's how it's gonna end. It's too soon. Let's hang in there a little bit.
All right, but we're not talking about your feelings. We are talking about what the counselor said. You have to put your best player in the game.
That's the counselor's opinion. No, it's just like my feeling.
No,
it's just like my feeling. The counselor's opinion.
No, the man behind this thing, he's a lawyer. He worked with the state. He worked at that place for all these years. You just cannot say that's his opinion. That's experience. Okay. If you're a military man, you talk military thing, we believe you. That's what he does for a living. So, but while we wait for Councilor Good, let me share some of this thing with you guys. We read that before.
But see, you have not spoken.
Yeah, I want you to read this and you speak, Darius, please.
Okay, the quote, objection is hereby noted. By permission of court, we request that the communication just pray for the hearing of the witness for the purpose of identification. The court granted, and the state may proceed. Mr. Witness, kindly say for this court what the recording you, CEO is kind of
The recording you just listed is the same one you referenced when spoke of a communication between Abu Kamara and co-defendant J. Fudati Kofa. The reason why, and that was a unique question because Akaris Gray just said, and we contacted where they got the subpoena from on Abu Kamara and the rest of the other guys' cell phone. That was a very sticky question. Did you just go to the cell phone company? Did you retrieve the cell phone from wherever it was, from Abu Kamara or whosoever? These are questions that were coming forth, Darius. Talk to us, and then we will bring up what actually took place in the courtroom. Talk to us, Darius.
Okay, so CEO, let's look at the evidence, the WhatsApp chat evidence presented. First and foremost, you arrested Tom Edric, and then let's agree that it is Tom Edric whom you extracted the chat room conversation. So you printed it out on sheet to present it to the court. So the main source of that evidence is not available because when you trace it, they say the WhatsApp was programmed on disappearing messages. So by now, if the judge asks for that, the original source of that presented sheet, it is not available. Then let's look at the chart. It said the chart, the first glance, said about 40 staffers were arrested and pepper sprayed. At what point in the entire impasse 40 staff were ever arrested and pepper sprayed? Nowhere. Nowhere. There was no police station that 40 staff were taken to in this country being pepper sprayed. Then if you're saying pepper sprayed and arrested, then it means it should be during the protests. But nobody was arrested on the 18th, the Capitol building got burned. At least to talk about 40 staff. That's another one there. Then you go down, you say, I hope someone can get Tom's phone and disconnect him from all of the office chat room. Remember now, Tom is a staff in the office of the speaker. If those guys, the prosecution can go and take Tom's phone and print a message from there like this, one more about office-related conversation. So the office was concerned about, we have discussed a lot of things, and there's an office chat room, so many things about the office, find out what will happen if those guys get hold of Tom's phone. So it could not be because they were hiding this information of Tom being involved. It could be other office-related issue that they did not want, since Tom was being arrested, for the prosecution or the police to have gone into. So if this chat room conversation is evidence, in my opinion, I don't think it's strong enough to indict somebody for arson, criminal conspiracy, criminal solicitation, attempted murder, damage of infrastructure. The charge is too high for this kind of a chat room evidence. And then coming to what you just posted there, CEO, the issue about the recording. Where is the source of the recording? Did you subpoena Lone Star or Orange to get the
so hold on 1 minute. Hold on. Let's read it. Just hold on 1 minute. Let's read this because the question, Mr. Witness, in your testimony yesterday, you indicated that an investigation obtained information on the defendants from open source. My question is whether or not all of your information came from open source or from any source not public. And finally, what is the name of the platform you said to have that open source information? Now, this question is big. I don't know what you guys, let me hear you guys. They said the information came from open source. Yeah, close real quick. Let's get to it.
Let me just conclude. So that question asked by the defense to the witness, it just tells you that what I just said, the evidence is not adding up. It's not comparing. Because open source evidence that is not backed by any legal means of obtaining it, Then you don't even able to say, oh, I take it from social media, Facebook, YouTube. Who posted it? What? I mean, in my own mind, let's see how it plays out. But Facebook evidence, the chat room evidence just being displayed, it is not sufficient enough to indict those guys for those charges. I'm concerned about the charges.
Thank you.
Then also, there is no forensic evidence. There is no physical evidence that nothing to show that they were being linked.
Uncle Sam, let's hear you, right? Open source, and Phoebe, we are getting there. We got so many of these questions and answers. So the course, what is open source, Uncle Sam?
Okay, so when we say open source, it means some electronic medium out there where you gather this information. It can be anything that's been published, that's open source, that's available for the public to look at. That's what we call open source. And the academician here can help me with that, Dr. Bropley. Open source is any information that is out there in the public, in the public sphere. Okay, that's open source. So they did not say, okay, if they say social media, what social medium? Are they talking about TikTok? Are they talking about what are they going to say for Facebook? Are they talking about YouTube? Are they what are they? What is the social media they're talking about? Look, clearly they're grasping for straw. But look, here is my opinion on this whole matter. The state is in a hurry to do something to decapitate Mr. Kofa. And in that hurry, they are manufacturing evidence and going away to the okay. Let's look at the timing of the arrest. They did it on a Friday. They did it on a Friday and they kept them there for the entire day. The entire day, and they know that if they put them in jail on the weekend, they will not be able to post bail until Monday, right? So clearly, this is not just about politics, but this is about evil. This is about a thing about settling score. And we should all know by now that the biggest obstacle to Liberia's development in this age right now is the lack of what? Unity among us. It's a heavily divided country. If the government is going to bring a case of this magnitude that will impact the political economy and social cohesion, and that will increase the division, they should have much more credible evidence, something that would be so monumental, something that would be so clear that the defense will have. But here it is now, we are discussing this. We are not even lawyers, with the exception of Councillor Gould. And we can all see, using common sense, using two brain cells, that this is not a shut and open case. The state should have brought a shut and open case that will say to the Liberian public that these people burned the capital. Here is the evidence. Here is the conversation. Here is the money trace. This is how the money was paid. This is the kind of accelerant that was used. They don't even know what the accelerant that was used. The firefighters from Minnesota could not tell us what accelerant was used. This is clearly a fishing expedition. And it is very sad that President Boyka, the IG and the AG, and all who try to preside over this politically a charge case that could undermine, not stability.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Let me put this up. Uncle Sam, thank you. Let me put this up. Let's read this. This is better. We're trying to take it from that sheet, and you all should have this. So, Darius, can you read? I want to read the last paragraph here. What links the defendant to the connection of the crime? Councilor Masakwe asked. And he was asking this gentleman, Wilson, Raphael Wilson, He asked them, he said, what link Abu Kamar, Jackson Sibo, Fonati Kofa, and Debbie, what linked them to the crime? But listen to the answer. He said they got linked through open source. They linked them through open source. I want us to freeze for a moment. We are not lawyers. We're going to bring all the best lawyers on the show. Maybe that's me. Are you not getting concerned? Except the Liberian National Police stay keeping the best for last. Except that happened. But is this answer sufficient enough? Now all of them linked through open source. I mean, Mommy, welcome to the show. Colonel Gray, Fubi, Dr. Bople, Gray. Somebody got to talk to us. You link all of them through open source, or do we have more from that open source? Will it be CCTV? Is that your open source? Will it be satellite images? Is that your open source? Will it be voice recording, social media, Instagram, like TikTok? Fubi, talk to us. Let's hear you.
You know, I think the last time I said we just need Sasu, but now we're not even talking all the things. We all the penetrator, we talking they kind of evidence that gossip, they're not gossip. It matter of a long time. We gone to bed, we eating chicken, we celebrating, we cussing. We finish with our whole discussion. You know, but that's the problem with the court. They will tell you you're not supposed to. If the man stole the money and you had it in your heart, you're not supposed to break the man. You're not supposed to break the man home and take that money and show that evidence. You gotta call the man and say, man, you can open your door for me. Let me go see. You know, you said the man came. The man the man used to kill the man had in your boot or a car, and you took it. How you took the gun without the man knowledge? You're not supposed to take the gun without the man knowledge, even though that the man used the gun to kill, but you're not supposed to go and take it behind him and show it as evidence. You must call the man will escort you and say, yeah, the gun I used to kill before you take it. You know, these are the kind of stuff I refuse to even go into law school. Come on. Both my family people are lawyers, but I just said, look, I don't have time for all of this, back and forth stuff. But on the point, former Speaker Kofa on this very show admitted to that very audio that he had a conversation. But the only thing he said, he didn't follow up with that conversation after. But he admitted to that, his voice, and he admitted to having that conversation with Abu. And I think he also admitted to the police. And the police stated that in that stuff that he admitted to it. And so that's why they're using it. And on the issue with the 40 staff, the 40 staff was not after the fire disaster. There were protests, people were pepper sprayed, people were arrested. So that's the conversation in the chat, in the staff chat room that we're referring to. It's not about arresting. It's not about arresting in connection with the fire. No, the 40 staff issue is not linked to it. It's not directly with the fire. That's the chat room conversation that was showing traces. So police can use everything that will give them a lead to whoever they think is involved within with a particular crime that they are investigating. And so those are things that we have to say. Talk more. So we all gotta just relax. We can all express all our sentiment here, all that gossip they're using. At the end of the day, all the things we're talking on the radio, that's not what the court was gonna look at. Like the problem is that. The court, we are in the court of public opinion. We can do that. It's fair.
Fubi, we are discussing what they discuss in the courtroom. We are not discussing anything different.
No, I mean, we try to get the merit and demerit of the evidence presented. That's for us. No problem with that at the court of public opinion. But in the court of legal opinion, a different discussion. And that's why the defense team was asking for even dismiss some of those evidence from going into the record, but the court allowed it. That will tell you that the courts think that that evidence has weight. If the court think that evidence was meaningless, they will have denied some of those things. But when they pray for them to throw the evidence out, the court rejected and accepted it to go into evidence. As part of the court's record. So that means it has some level of substantial weight that the judge believes that can be used, and that's why they were admitted. So we can't say the police are depending on nothing, because whatever way they got them, at the end of the day, that's what they have to present, and there are a lot of other stuff that they will bring forward, and they can even bring him on evidence. Even some of the very people that committed a crime, you can find him for what another prosecutor and use some of them to testify as state witness. So there are different ways the state can use to drive their case. So we still got a long haul to go.
Thank you. Dr. Boblet, Mambe, Councillor Good is back. Let's close up on this. We are talking about the NOCAL issue, and I want us to just wrap this up. Dr. Boblet, you got any addition? Now we're going to open source social media.
No, all I would say is that let's just be clear. Open source evidence is admissible in the court of law. Make it look like it's open source, so it's about every day. I'm just on the best to inform and not inferring anything, but I am evidence.
Dr. Boblet, I'm sorry, we have to leave you there. Mambe, talk to us. Thank you for joining.
Yes, Anton, good to be back, good to be here. I want to speak to the recording. The recording, except there is different evidence, but the recording, why it is true that the recording is Funati's recording, it is Abu Kamara's conversation. The recording is authentic. Abu said we are planning to do something big, and we have our actors in the car here with us, but we can talk it on the cell phone. It doesn't show that Amy will going to burn the place tomorrow. Yes, call him, said we want to do something big there tomorrow. We have our actors in the car with us. While that conversation was going on, King's FM was playing in the background. Fonati responded, and the conversation ended. That conversation doesn't mean we are going to burn the place, because he said we want to do something big. I, for one, know that something big Abu is talking about is something bad. But is there evidence to show that they actually went there and did it after he said we want to do something big tomorrow? It is that evidence that we wait for as the case goes on. In the court, it is that evidence we await to see how they got involved. For me, I believe the place was burned by human beings and by people intentionally doing it. That's my belief. We wait to see whether those who are indicted are those who did it, or those who planned it, or those who participated. The police believe so, and we wait to see the evidence. That's what I can say for now.
Let me ask you a question, Mambe. Are you expecting any other evidence tomorrow? More evidence tomorrow?
I expect more evidence based on you see conversation everybody have around, people saying there are more evidence. The police director himself, when he announced that day, the kind of evidence he mentioned, I've not seen them in the court. So I expect.
But that's my point. And that's my point. Why?
So somebody posted some comedy on Facebook and were making fun. Maybe the counselor can speak to that. They say the first half will play our VC players, and then the second half will put our best player in. At the time you're already tired of you. But the point is, the police director listed evidence that we have not seen in court. So we expect to see them. We heard about CCTV footages. We have not seen them in court. We expect to see them. We heard about geospatial data and mapping. We have not seen it in court. We hope to see that. So until we can see that, this just text messages and the audio, which is clearly saying we want to do something big, is not sufficient to say somebody say I want to do something big, so it means the person actually going to place. But it sent a message to the public that their lawmakers were planning to do something big, and that something big was something bad. It was not something
big. And that's something big that can be something anything. I mean, that's a good
argument. Exactly. It doesn't necessarily have to be fire.
Exactly.
But it was not something good, because if it was something good, he would have said, we can talk it on the phone. But whatever fire, that recording is not sufficient.
If you're going to eat the girlfriend, you are not talking on the phone. Don't do that. You are not talking because so many reasons. If you're in a position, you don't want to talk it, you will not talk it. It can be good or bad. But then get back, but don't let her go into that thing. Don't go there.
With all your actors in the car,
you are not talking because it can be one of them things. But Councillor, let's go back to what Mom is saying, Councillor Gu. If the state failed to produce any other evidence, are you troubled? Tomorrow, if they fail to produce any new evidence tomorrow, are you troubled?
To be frank with you, Stanton, I think I will say this for the first time. Yes, I will be troubled. I will be troubled. This is the first time I'm speaking on the strength of the evidence. So if the state stops to where they ended today and nothing else comes out, then I've had reason to worry, except otherwise. I know you were asking about arson and other crime before I went off. Arson is a direct crime. It's a crime that you must be physically present to commit. Criminal attempt to commit murder is also 99% you must be present. You must take action, or you must stay in the distance to attempt to commit the person and the murder against the person, maybe by explosive, maybe by shooting a gun towards the person's direction or so. And criminal mischief can also have the same element. You can stand a distance and draw and destroy a property. But from the distance you stand and up to the place that you destroy the property will become the crime scene. So you need evidence to put the people on the crime scene or put them at a place where they acted directly, towards the commission of those three offenses. There are other offenses of criminal conspiracy. You don't need to be present for conspiracy. You don't even need to be in the country to be held for conspiracy. You can be in America, you can be in Japan, you can be in England, you can conspire to commit a crime. You don't need to be present for facilitation. You can be in America, you can be in Japan, you can be in London, you can facilitate. So all of those offenses, the highest there, the two highest arson, which is second-degree felony, and criminal attempt to commit murder, which is also a second-degree felony. So conspiracy to commit arson will be a first-degree misdemeanor, because conspiracy to commit a first-degree felony is a second-degree felony. So if you're looking at conspiracy, you're looking at facilitation, those are crimes that you don't need to be on the crime scene. You can stay away and commit those offenses. For the other 3 offenses, you have to have a direct action. Directly, you must be involved in the destruction of the
So if
property.
that be the case, and
Directly, you
now
must be
I'm
involved
asking
in
you,
committing.
Councilor, I'm asking you, and everybody will have the chance to ask you. We'll go to Conor Gray and the rest of the team. I'm troubled because you say you know the 2 gentlemen here, Peter Johnson and Raphael Wilson. Why would they agree? No, let me finish, sir. Why would they agree to charge those guys the way they charge them? And what you're explaining, something is just not adding up.
So Stanton, mind you now, the dismissal of a case at the level of the ministerial court does not end the case. You still have a chance to go to the grand jury for the second time. So the state could pull out evidence before the ministerial court. The ministerial court could dismiss it. The state can take other pieces of evidence along with the evidence presented and go before the grand jury and get an indictment. So in prosecution, there are a lot of strategies. But as I say, in this case, you have to bring at least a strong evidence to show that you have something. In terms of facilitation, yes, you could get it. If there's no other evidence to present, then I'm troubled on the issue of arson and the other offenses that you need to be directly involved. But on the issue of conspiracy and facilitation, the court could grant it, could determine probable cause there, and it will proceed. And mind you, by that point, it would not be if the court should determine that the other 2 offenses which are cognizable before the circuit court, the state did not present sufficient evidence, the court will proceed, and the court accepts that conspiracy and other crime of facilitation was present. The court will proceed to hear those cases because they are under its jurisdiction. They are misdemeanor.
So let's play this Gregor Coleman video from December 10th. The situation took place December 18th. Conor Gray, right? December 10th, Akaris. I mean, you Akaris. But let's just play a list in 28 seconds what Gregor Coleman said.
The law is being violated. We step in and we make sure we enforce it. On December 10, 2024, the police investigation did establish that suspect Kivi Bar, alias Kaba, and Joe Ginanti attempted to ignite fire on a circuit breaker panel on the 2nd floor using gasoline. This was an act. This act was a precursor to the larger plan to destroy the entire Capitol building.
I'm confused though. Gregor Coleman took us back to December 10th. The big fire incident happened December 18th. But there was an attempt on December 10th. Were Fonatina involved with that first attempt on December 10th? I think it away carries.
But December 10th, the first thing is that the first incident they say was electrical fault, if that the incident they're referring to. You remember? Before the fire incident took place, the bigger one, they other than say, oh, Capitol building was on fire, but they said, oh, that electrical shock. There were electrical problems. Do you remember that? We discussed it here. Yeah, we discussed that here. So when the police got to know that December 10th was an attempt to burn down the Capitol building, and assuming that the police knew that December 10th there was an attempt to burn down the Capitol building, why did they provide better security protection? Okay, but I want to go to what the councilor said, because I've been speaking to a lot of lawyers and other things. When I say the case, that cartoon case, they charge everybody for arson. Go to the charge sheet. Everybody arson. That means there must be physical presence. The lawyer just said that here. Did they do a forensic? Did they do any print? Did they collect prints after the forensic? For example, they collected some prints. Did they match the prints with the people that they have accused? Did they do like fingerprint? Maybe somebody wore a shoe and went there. If the day of forensic, they can match it with a print. Did they do it? They don't have that. You got to prove on arson. And the counselor just took it from Bobby said something very important. It must be physical present. But everybody, arson. Go to the charge sheet. So that is cartoon case. You cannot prove that. Raphael, the other guy that went there, they are embarrassed. Believe me today. They are extremely embarrassed because they have no evidence. Somebody say open source. They say I know they use one from the cell phone company to determine your location. Okay? If possible, somebody can be located in the Capitol building, but on that spot, the cell phone company cannot determine your exact spot. They will say, okay, they know around the Capitol building at the time, but they cannot determine which office you are standing in. You said you arrested 14 stars, but you only told 3 or 4. Up to today's date, the police is not able to provide any forensic evidence. So somebody say, we are arguing, we're debating what the court what they say in the court. Is there any forensic evidence of print being presented? And evidence that no, they know there was a shoe, and there's the evidence from the print, and we did an analysis of the shoe in wool. It means that yes, the place got burned, or maybe they got something that they had, somebody fingerprint on it. All of those things, have they done that? Have there been serious laboratory analysis? Now, when you say they put professional, why we are taking from them to bring people who have done this work? Up to now, they refuse to even publish the fire people, they brought their report. Spoon got this kind of way, and the whole world know about that. So what a professionalism. I want to ask Conor Gray, because Conor Gray, you're a professional man. Despite my disagreement with you, I know you very well. You Conor Gray, you are in a position, you have done a forensic, you are requested for a forensic, you have had a print. So that when you go to the court, you say, this is the scientific evidence that Tom King in the place, the shoe in water day. Okay, this is what matching is. So let me say a difficult, so my God, say, now I'm a man fully saying, instead I want to fire with you, point you straight. Okay, so because it's difficult to prove when you charge somebody with arson, it means the person must be physically present. That one I don't debate. But now my opinion. No, it's legal. When you answer conspiracy, now what I'm saying, I'm not saying you conspire. I'm saying just when you say arson, not saying you conspire with someone, but they just say arson, the person has to be. That one is legally proving there is no debate about that. Okay, the lawyer just said it here, Councilor Gu, and it's true because all the lawyers that have spoken to today said that that's why they're running the government when it comes to arson. They were lost on arson.
Guys, we gotta go. Yeah. We gotta now move on. We want to say again, we will wait till tomorrow. The next issue, the last day for preliminary trial is tomorrow, and then we will come and let the nation know where we are. Darius, you went off, talk to us briefly. I gave you 30 seconds. We will be discussing NOCAL. You understand that the president...
I'm here to give a second opinion on this matter.
The president gave 4 all black to NOCAL. We got to know why, whether it's good for the nation, and we'll be discussing it. Darius, 30 seconds.
Yes, so I want to thank Councilor Gu for his perspective, the legal perspective. The video you just played, there's huge contradiction. In that video, in fact, that video was just recently the press conference of the police RG on June 6th. So on June 6th, the RG is telling the Liberian people that on December 10, 2024, Kaba and John Yanti attempted, police investigation established that Kaba and John Yanti attempted to burn the second floor of the Capitol building with gasoline, December 10. Kaba and Yanti was never arrested December 10 after police investigation established that. They allowed the Capitol building to burn on December 18 and then arrested Kaba and John Yanti February. Now, the people that made an attempt first, you did not arrest them and put in measure after your report established that they attempted to burn the second floor. But then you allowed them to pass around. December 18, the place got burned, and then you arresting Kaba in February. Who does that? That's my own analysis.
Maybe they were looking for Kaba. I mean, they can arrest him 20 years later. Maybe they were looking for him. Don't you think so? So
yeah, maybe Gregory was looking for Kaba.
Stanton, mens rea, intent, can be proven either directly or through circumstantial evidence. A simple confession is enough to prove that someone had the intent to commit. That's all you need. So
is that true, Councilor?
It is.
No. Let's ask the councilor here. We got a councilor here.
It's not a legal Bible.
No.
It's not a black law. We have sources as well.
Conor, hold on 1 minute. Councilor, is that true? Councilor, is that true?
So no. There are two elements of crime or criminality: mens rea and
you gotta go to law school, grade, to talk like a lawyer.
Mens rea and actus rea.
I've been to law school.
So you can have the mens rea, which is the guilty mind, and the actus rea is the guilty act. So you plan in your mind to commit a crime, and you go about committing that crime, committing it. So, like I said earlier, in the case of arson, criminal intent to commit murder, and criminal mischief, there has to be physical present or direct action. You either be physical or you are directly took an action. I'm coming to a point now. That is, you can stand, you can take a gun, you can. You can take a gun. You can take a grenade. You can take a grenade and stand from a distance and destroy a building.
You know that.
You can take a grenade and stand from a distance and destroy a building with that grenade. That same grenade can burn that building. That is a physical action you are taking, direct action you are taking. You can walk to the building, put gas on it, and let the fire. That is a physical presence. So it got to be two ways. On the other cases, you don't necessarily have to be physically present. You don't need to take any direct action. In the case of conspiracy and in the case of facilitation, you just get somebody money, say go ahead and do it. The person can go. You will not be held for the act that the person has done, but you'll be held for facilitating the act the person did. And you'll be held for conspiring to do that act.
We got to give Conor Gray a chance to finish your corner.
Santa, I was just saying criminal intent. If I organize a group of people to go and burn down the Capitol, and I'm the organizer, the intent was to burn down, that's a criminal intent. If that action is carried out through my action, indirectly, I'm responsible. So therefore, a simple confession from any of those individuals who committed the act to say, look, I was paid and commissioned to do this by Conor Gray. I'll be held responsible. It's called facilitation. That's criminal intent as well.
American law on a liberal law.
My friend, I went to liberal law school. I went to investigation law school, so many places. That's why I said keep quiet. This is not your story. You don't want to learn to keep quiet, my friend. Until they come to you, man. Too old.
You're not a lawyer. Just leave it alone.
Quiet. Learn to keep quiet.
I want us to move on. So, guys, let me make progress. Thank you, Conor Gray. We'll wait. Tomorrow we'll see the rest of the evidence. Thank you. Thank you, Conor.
I just wanted the councillor to do 30 seconds. Councillor Chatula was not in Sierra Leone. He did not go there, but he was guilty.
For aiding and abetting. Aiding and abetting.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
he aided and abetted. That amounts, that is what we call criminal, that's what we call criminal facilitation. What we call criminal facilitation in our law.
What are the men talking now? What are the men asking?
Jesus Christ.
What's more to now?
The crime is equally guilty, Uncle Sam. So when you assess the crime, you are guilty as well.
I'm coming. Accessory to the crime, the person who is the commission of crime is not guilty as the person who committed the crime. A person who facilitates the commission of a crime is not guilty as the person who committed the crime. So that's why they say criminal conspiracy. If you conspire, if all of us here conspire to go and murder someone, or let's take it out, murder someone, we all plan to do it. But then amongst all of us, only 2 went and did the murder. The rest of all will be held for conspiracy to commit murder. And we facilitated you, the rest of all will be held for facilitation. We cannot be held for murder directly. Only 2 persons will be held for murder. So we will be held for conspiracy to commit murder, which will be a second degree felony. We'll go to jail for 5 years and the maximum.
But CEO, why the prosecution
for life?
Why prosecution is not citing Mame who provided the recording? Mame that open source.
No, Mame that
so that's
source.
I mean, no, it's good for us. It's good for us to know the procedure, before we will bring in our own our sentiment and overshadow. Let the public become who are listening to us.
Thank you guys. We got to move on. I'm on to all of you. Thank you, Conagray. Thank you. We'll be going to NOCAL. I'm fighting with my voice. I'm begging all of you to allow us to discuss NOCAL peacefully. And I will ask that the Bopler, for the first time in the history of this show, to conduct the show and moderate the rest of the show. That the Bopler, please do us this favor, because I can't. I'm home. But let me keep my voice.
Where you pass? Where you get that call from? But that pass that again.
Tell Bopler, don't be biased to know.
Tell Bopler, let's do it.
You want me to say something on the fire issue?
So wait a minute, folks. So the show is to inform, to educate, and to be part of the solution. We'll be respectful of each other. You start talking, we'll call you up. Okay? We'll be respectful of each other, we'll let everybody talk down. So CEO, we're gonna transition into NOCAL. Oh, Isaac dude, they didn't say anything on the court. Isaac, please go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Thank you, and hi to everyone. You know, the government in power can use power. A government that respects power will not just use power because power is with them. Fortunately, we know these people will use it because it's with them. Why are we not looking at key pieces of information that we have gotten from this police? I try to send Stanton all of the different pieces of information so we all can see with our eyes. Number one, Gregory Comer's statement when he was addressing the fire incident said they found gunners and other things in the Capitol building as evidence that gas was brought there. 2, they sent for experts from America. The experts said they found gunners by the door, different from Gregory Comer's in. During the testimony, the young man who said the Facebook post was the evidence, he said after the people brought the gunners, they took the gunners and carried it back outside, and they found it from different places outside of the building. Where was the gun? Was it in? Was it by the door? Was it outside? Where exactly was the gun? And the second thing, we read some long thing from Gregor Coleman on Facebook. He said they did technology, modern day technology to come to evidence. Is the technology equal to the Facebook post that they're talking about? And the third thing from my end, he said the people bought the gas from Kerry and Getty Street, some street. It means they must have bought the gas from individuals who are selling the gas. A sensible, logical mind would think that the police will bring in the person who was selling the gas that they bought the gas from as a witness. Why aren't the police bringing that person? Because you cannot buy gas from no one. You can buy gas from someone. At least the person can come and say, yes, they came to me and they bought gas with XYZ gallon. Why is the police not bringing in that person? So, my people, this case is a good case because somebody burned the Capitol building, which is a bad act, but it's a crazy case because crazy people are handling it, who just want to be political, and unfortunately, they fail to realize that there are people who are smarter than they are. Liberians see through this. Liberians see through this. Why would you waste the state resources and the state time on what Gregory Coleman termed as a political matter because he's a political police director? Where is the man who they bought the gas from? Why can no one hear from him? Why is the police not bringing him in? Does he not exist? Think about
30
it.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Think about it.
All right, thank you, Isaac. All right, so everybody had an opportunity to speak to the matter of the case in court. We do know that tomorrow they'll be back at it, so I'm sure there'll be a lot more to talk about. There may be more evidence produced, and we'll probably get a better sense of where this is going in terms of whether it's going to a grand jury or not. So we'll know more tomorrow, and by God's grace, we'll see more tomorrow. But we want to transition now. The headline today in front page was about the 4 blocks that were sold to or given to NOCAL. The front page article says premature and disruptive. That's what all experts call it. And here's what the president said. So I want to read verbatim from what the paper quoted the president, JMB. The companies we have talked to want to come, but are hesitant because of the legislative process they must go through independently. But once NOCAL gets the block, which the legislature will rectify, those companies will only need to transact with NOCAL, saving them the long and complicated legislative process. That's our president speaking. Mommy, let's go to you. What is you on this matter about the blocks going directly to NOCAL? The president did inject that, though, that the legislature will rectify. Talk to us, Mommy.
A lot of moving parts. I want to be very measured in my voice. And I want the people from the Unity Party specifically to reflect on something. I will show you what the petroleum law says during Charles Taylor time to award petroleum black. And let me talk in simple English for our people. Charles Taylor law, what he had, where it says how to give oil black oil. Unity Party law that they make and left on the book on how to give oil black oil. And what was added there during George Weah time. Stanton put up the provisions from the the first one is the Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor law says 2.4.13. No petroleum sharing contract or the rights to any block of hydrocarbon deposit shall be valid if it is awarded prior to or in the absence of competitive bidding. That's the law Charles Taylor left. Competitive bidding. Please put up the Unity Party's law they left. A petroleum agreement may be awarded only on the basis of international bidding process conducted in accordance with the provision of Section 15. Senator, please put that one back. And then the third one. I'm saying this for a reason so we can reflect. Then in 2019, President Weah amended the law and added this provision and say the authority, the petroleum authority, can give black to NOCAL through what it calls executive allocation, but in consultation with the legislature. And it goes down. Stanton, you can pull it down. What I want the Unity Party people to realize is this executive allocation is not your law. It's not part of your making. It's not part of your vision for the petroleum sector. It was not part of Charles Taylor's vision. It was not part of your vision. President Weah introduced it. Even President Weah, who introduced it, did not use it. And the reason why he did not use it is because it is problematic. It is a problematic provision. Yes, it can be used, but it is problematic. And because it is problematic and the risk around it is high, countries are always advised to stay out of it. But if you are using it, you must be aware that it is problematic. That is why, of all the provisions on how to acquire black, none of those provisions says before you even make the decision, you must consult the legislature. None of them. Only executive allocation. For competitive bidding, the law don't say you must consult the legislature before you do consolidated bidding. For executive for direct negotiation, the law doesn't say consult the legislature before you do direct negotiation. But for executive allocation, say before you even proceed, you must consult the legislature because it is a problematic provision. Yes,
but Mame, let me hold you for a second. But isn't that what the president is saying in his pronouncement? He says the legislature rectified. That's not the same thing.
No, so that's the confusion the public is having. There are two things there. There's a consultation first to consult the
prior to. Okay.
You know the reason for that? Yes. You know the reason for the consultation, because the consultation is different from the rectification. The rectification is when the bill is presented to the legislature to rectify the terms and conditions of the contract. The consultation, because this provision is problematic, the consultation is to first agree with the legislature and convince them that we are going to do executive allocation. It says mixed signal. Countries say, why are you leaving competitive bidding? Why are you leaving direct negotiation? Why do you want to do executive allocation? It has reputational issue on the country. That is why the law says before you use it, you must first go to the legislature and consult with them. And if they agree, when you use it and you secure a concession, you must bring the concession back. But first, the country must accept that we're ready to carry this burden of saying we're using executive allocation in our oil program. That decision is not
fair enough.
President alone.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mame. Mame, by the way, you worked with NOCAL before, right?
Can I ask Mame a question, please? I beg you.
Well, one second, Uncle Sam. Mame, you worked for NOCAL before, right?
I did not just work for NOCAL. I presented the draft petroleum law in the 15 counties and authored the report that led to the adoption of the 2016 petroleum law. I did not just work there.
Very good. So you got some background. Okay, Uncle Sam, we'll just go to you. Your question is for Mame.
Okay, Mame, where you? Mame left?
No,
okay,
yeah,
Mame,
you're right there.
This ratification that they're talking about, is it the 4 blocks that have been granted to NOCAL, they have to be ratified by the legislature, or when they bring in the strategic partner? When do they ratify?
When a black, as per what they do, as per what the law, this new provision, when a black is awarded to NOCAL, there's no ratification.
There's no ratification.
There is no due diligence to NOCAL on NOCAL. There's no pre-qualification on NOCAL.
Okay.
Which in itself is problematic. So it's awarded to NOCAL with all due diligence without pre-qualification. When NOCAL finds a partner, then NOCAL comes for ratification. But the decision to even do it has to be a decision consulted with the legislature as per the law.
Thank you. Okay, so I work for President Taylor, and I was one of the people who did a lot of the research and gave you the NOCAL Act of 2000 and the Petroleum Law of 2002. In the NOCAL Act of 2002, we said that the state must have 20% equity participation, and that was to be free carry interest, even though we did not use those words. But free carry interest means that the state gets 20%, they don't have to pay for it. Anybody that will come in, they get 80%, but the government of Liberia gets 20%. So when those blacks were being banjoed by the Judy Bryant government between 2003 and 2005, most of the oil blocks that were granted in Liberia were granted under the Judy Bryant administration. African Petroleum, Oriental, what's the name of that American company? I forgot the name of it, but it's an American company. Okay, so all of those blocks were granted willy-nilly without competitive bidding, and it was very problematic. But when the Unity Party government came to power, they went and accepted those grant of those blocks. Let me show you how problematic this thing is. Blocks number 11, 12, and 14 were given to a dodgy company called Oriental, owned by a Nigerian called Arthur Izzy, if you remember that. Block number 13 was given to a company called Broadway Hydrocarbons. And I believe blocks number 8 and 9 was given to African Petroleum. When the Unity Party government came to power in 2006, instead of rationalizing those agreements and even basically invalidating the issuance of those, because there was an interim government waiting for a democratic government, they played ball with them. Ellen began to do what? She began to politicize NOCAL, appointing her son as chairman of the board and so on and so forth. Here's the issue now. Arthur Izzy sold blocks number 11, 12, and 14 to who? Chevron, if you remember, okay? Kept 30%, he got over 200 million. African Petroleum manipulated the process, claimed they had discovered oil, increased their share value, and they made a lot of money and went into them. And then the oil program collapsed. Here is the problem today. This executive oil allocation, the premise that President Joseph Nyeoma Boakai is using, and I think I'll need another minute, I'll make it, okay? Like President Joseph Nyeoma Boakai is saying, on the surface, it looks like it's for Liberian equity participation. But here's the thing. NOCAL does not have a strategic plan to get citizens equity participation in the block. What does that mean? Okay. NOCAL owns the block, but how do we Liberians, how do we
10
buy
seconds,
shares?
10 seconds, 10 seconds.
Okay. And then lastly, the people at NOCAL are saying, officials at NOCAL are saying that President Joseph Boakai did not make that statement that you read. Properly, they say he did not, it's not his statement.
When they said that one? When they said that?
They said in our chat room today, but I don't want to call the name of the person because I don't want controversy, but he fought with me all morning. I think Stanton's in our chat room and others are in our chat room. He fought with me and said that Joseph Nyeoma Boakai never made that statement about the fact that they're avoiding legislative oversight by giving the block to NOCAL, so NOCAL can then farm out to a company. They say President Boakai didn't say that. So the whole thing is problematic. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to ask this question, and I'm glad Mama is still on. So for ordinary Liberian, we heard about all blocks back then in Charlestown. People were happy. Liberia, we're coming to do better. We've got this oil. We're gonna start to utilize all these resources. But mommy, since that time to now, though, NOCAL been known back then for paying big salaries, people who leave, you got big servants' money. But is it a really profitable venture? In other words, has it produced the kind of revenues that we're expecting so that other people can benefit? Or is this still exploration where those who own blocks are the ones profiting?
Currently, we're just doing exploration, and basically what the money we generate is just from the leasing and the sale of the data we have that where companies come and look at. And if they manage to enter a petroleum agreement, pay signature fees and other corporate social responsibility fees, that's all happened. That's all has been happening since 2012 or 2013 to today. We've not been
almost 13 years.
We've not been able to sign any, concession, and it is not because of oil company now wanting to come to Liberia. It's just because of the competition that is ongoing across different countries. But let's go to this issue about this executive allocation to NOCAL.
Yeah, but wait now, I won't give other people a chance to weigh in, man. So hold steady. The question I do want to ask is, the revenue generated so far, has it exceeded expenditure to the point where the government / the people benefit? Or is this, we're getting a little money from lease and it's go right to salary? Because all we know from NOCAL is that people get paid well.
They've been eating the money.
My friends were there too.
Eating the money.
They get paid very well, but
like you
said, we're still in exploration mode. So it sounds like almost breaking even, where the public or the ordinary people not benefiting much. But I want to bring other people in. So let's hear from Fui. Fui, what says you about the NOCAL development?
Yeah. So firstly, before I go to NOCAL, just 10 seconds on Isaac the point about witnesses. It's not when you're having pre-trial, it's not the time that you got to bring all your witnesses to come and display them. Because I myself been through criminal case. I was a star witness, but I never went. I was not part of pre-trial.
Let's move to NOCAL. We run out of time.
People talking. When people talking, you talking, people can disturb you. So when people talking, don't disturb them, please.
You talking?
Go ahead, Fubi. Go ahead,
Fubi. Not all the things you can talk make sense to us, but we listen to you. So that get that straight. Now everything you say can make sense to us, but we listen to you. So please.
We're discussing NOCAL. We're not discussing your criminal team.
Don't discuss NOCAL. I got a right to go back to something my time. I use it now. Your time.
You got your time. Go ahead, please proceed.
I don't know what can I hear you on talking about for that takeover. So the issue of NOCAL.
I can hear you when people talking about JV.
Oh, you ain't done down the air. Okay, begin that channel, do that thing too. You talk about something, yeah. Then you want me to complain?
Let's ask you about NOCAL. You got anything to say about NOCAL?
Yeah, so like the point you raised about I think the point Mame raised also. I think there's some missteps. I want to agree with that, and about NOCAL. And I also know that I think some of the 4 blocks that were given out to NOCAL through presidential allocation, I think 3 of those are under negotiation, and I think they're not supposed to be already given to NOCAL. So these are some of the missteps. But I think the president needs to review the process and see how they can get it right, and where you have to get the legislature involved before allocation. I don't think you should jump the process and come back to it. And sometimes we need to correct some of these little things. And you might have a good idea, the laws on the book to your advantage to use, but it's also good to make sure that you weigh it the right way so that you don't give people too many rooms to start to think that something dubious is about to happen. Because when you don't do it right, people will think that there's something undercover. So do it the right way, get the legislature approval. So once that is done, then you can proceed. Because besides NOCAL, they also got a regulatory authority that manages that help NOCAL to do or work better. So all of these entities have to play their part instead of just jumping the gun. So I think the president needs to review that and try to correct the process before getting this on the way. Now, there's nothing more recalling bad action when it's done.
Okay, thank you, Ruby. Thank you. Derek, CEO, you want to come in?
Yeah, no, I will give my time to Honorable Gray because you have spoken, to the up, then we'll come down to the right. So I will not say anything today on NOCAL.
Okay.
So let me give my time to Gray.
Thank you, CEO. So we'll go to Darius, then Honorable Gray. We'll go to Darius, then Honorable Gray.
So I think Mame nailed it the right way. He nipped it. And that is the fact. President Bouaka should not be unilaterally giving 100% ownership of our oil blocks to NOCAL. For me, in my opinion, NOCAL is morally bankrupt. That place. And to do it unilaterally to bypass the people's representative, the legislature, then it's a problem. I even thought at one point that the president was just going to just consult because you already have a rubber stamp legislature, a region speaker, and then on the other side of the upper house. So why is the president bypassing the very legislature, the region speaker that this government supported during the impasse? I think something is happening. I don't think the president is just unilaterally doing that. But there are so many things that is being bypassed. Number one, it should come to our mind now, why Swakoko, the former CEO of NOCAL, was just suspended. What happens to her investigation? Grover Musu Scott moves on to be the board chair. What is happening? Is nothing coming to our mind? Now the president is bypassing the legislature, violating Section 14 of the amended 2019 petroleum law that Mame just pulled out. So what is happening? Remember, when President Bouaka took over, the first person he appointed as officer in charge of NOCAL was his son, J. Kabakoli, and we heard the scandal. So NOCAL now, what is happening if the president, the executive, the president do not follow the proper procedure as laid down, and the legislature as a rubber stamp legislature now, do not checkmate the president, it means NOCAL, as the former suspended CEO said, it will be a cash cow era, a cash cow center, because all of the negotiation, all of the blocks, whatever that is done there, will just be done by NOCAL because the legislature has been bypassed and they will not have that oversight. That's my opinion.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Darius. Honorable Gray, please.
Yeah, basically, it's not surprising. This is a vice president who presided over 66 bogus concession agreements between 2006 and 2011. 66 bogus agreement. Again, between 2012 and 2017-2018, maybe the first month in January of 2018, he didn't have feelings. So for 4 oil blocks to be given out to your Nigerian friend after Izuk, I think we had a discussion here before it was the Nigerian guy. There's a guy who helped to bankroll the Unity Party campaign. I'm not gossiping about that. So we know that few prominent names around the president, including his son, including Jacob Kabakoli, including McCarthy, they were in frantic negotiation about these oil blocks, especially with the guy from Nigeria who even came for Tantan, the musician's son birthday. He was here. It's a public record. He went to the program. So for me, it's not strange. Was the country mortgaged in the first 6 years when he presided all of these agreements? Yes, the country was mortgaged. Did he also preside after the first 6 years to another 6 years over the mortgaging of the resources of this country? Yes, he did, as a presiding officer of the Liberian Senate. It's the president of the Liberian Senate who presides over the Senate. Okay, so it's not strange Don't ask me for my stance because my stance was very clear. For my first 6 years under the Ellen Sally-led administration. Don't ask me for my stance on President Weah because I made my stance very clear. And I told you an agreement that I voted for on this program.
What was your stance? Refresh our memory. What was your stance regarding NOCAL?
My stance was very clear that I refuse to support a single concession of any agreement in terms of ratification by the legislature when I made my first stand. I was very clear about that. I did not miss my voice. I didn't surrender. Even under President Weah, the amended version of Metan Steel is well documented. I stood on the legislative floor and resisted that.
Yeah, but let's do it.
The concession in, you asked me what's my stand. The concession in Bapudo, I said I voted for it. I said it here on the show. I didn't shy away from that. I don't run away from my hands and my decision I made. But is it a strange thing for President Boykai? Under a 12-year administration, they have over 70 to 80 agreements. So this is not strange for me. Okay, so the resources of the country, I struck the point, there should have been consultation. There was no consultation. Okay, even before ratification, because the Constitution provides for ratification, that one you can't dodge it. That's a constitutional provision for ratification. So the law said consult. There is no evidence of consultation with the legislature, which is a violation, a public violation, but the government used to breaking the rule of law. So it's not strange. President Boyka has a history of doing that. I know that the Bobler, you want to disagree with me, but there's no disagreement.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't want.
So can you put that provision of the law or that said about consultation so we can see that
the law is the law. The law is the law. I'm not disagreeing.
So the president cannot escape ratification because you use the word ratification as a constitutional mandate. It's not a choice. Okay, that is consultation, the allocation in consultation with the national legislature. Even before you even tell that thing and give it to NOCAL, you need consultation. The president did no consultation. Okay, they want not gossip yet, that facts. But all in conclusion, Dr. Bobler, I am not surprised. I was not surprised before. I will not be surprised today. Mame has a better affiliation with Unity Party. He says something very important. He said, okay, if under the Weah administration, the law has some concern, your Unity Party, this is the law that you supported and this is what you stand by. Why you can't amend this very law and go back to your law and act in accordance with your law? I think that what Mame was trying to say also. I don't know whether that's what you were trying to say. I may be wrong, but I think that's
I'm going to get to Mame in a minute.
Go in accordance with what you say, amend your provision of the law, go back to your old law. And honestly, you can scratch it or you got a regime speaker, now you can pass that law with ease because you feel that your law was better than what President Weah has presented in 2019. Okay. So go back to your law, amend it, and then act. Maybe that's what Mame was trying to say. Do I agree with that? If that's what was best for them, yes, I do agree with that.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Gray. CEO, were you trying to get in? Because you muted, though. You muted.
You muted.
So why
I just got a question.
Why you went last night?
I don't know. Maybe that's open. Oh, I got a question, though.
Well, I'm not interview yet.
Yeah,
I got Go ahead, CEO.
I got a question, Dr. Bobler, and maybe Uncle Sam or Mame can comment or anyone else. When the president actually briefed, I'm concerned when it comes to President Boyka. When are there folks out there deceiving President Boyka? Mame, because the all-black thing, the president is he should know this thing. He's not a stranger. This is a 12 years vice president. Mame or Uncle Sam, 12 years. I'm sorry that I can't talk well, but I think Liberian people need to know what is happening. Why would the president, did he really read this? Did the president read this? Executive allocation in consultation with the national legislature. That's the problem. Why are we here believing that the president just intentionally or unintentionally went against this provision?
Okay, so I don't know, CEO, I don't know the answer to that. Okay, again, you know, there were conversation saying that NOCAL people say the president didn't say what to say.
I don't mind, he banged that, and I want to say,
yeah.
You know,
so
Salif, Joria, but what President Bouaga going to take us back into how we do these things, and the Liberian people must accept it. Worrying, who in Liberia, I beg you, that please, who in Liberia have established a corporation now? The Liberian people want to know, who are the investors coming that want to bypass the legislature? Because we are hearing they have started conversation already with other investors. I mean, this is deeper. But I think, go ahead.
No, CEO, let me, that's a great question. Actually, that's a good question. So I want to add to it, and then I'll let Mame speak. Mame is actually the subject matter expert here, and then I want to go to
Councillor hasn't spoken.
Yeah, I know that. Listen, I want to add something to it, and then I want to hear Councillor Gould, because I think he can bring a little legal piece to it that could help us. But the CEO has a good question. Here's what I want to footnote that with, right? It seemed to me like we're just so addicted to big government, okay? From a practical perspective, in the private sector, you're always thinking cost versus benefit and expenditure versus revenue and profit. So if the NOCAL is mostly still exploration after 13 years, aren't we oversized with boards and high salaries for CEOs? And Mame, you part of that. So to the point where nothing spills over to ordinary people, because even the low rent fees and things you could get that could help with health and education, it just absorbed by the infrastructure we're putting in terms of government. You know, you got the board, they get paid well. You got the CEO, you got all these people who get paid. And it just seems like we make too big a government attach it to a venture that could be profitable. At the end of the day, poor people see nothing. So, Mame, send you the SNE. I'm going to hold you for a minute. Let's get to the council. The council has spoken. Councilor, weigh in on this matter, and then we'll come back to Mame so he can talk to us about what has happened here.
All right. So I respect the opinion of Mame because I take him as an expert. I'm not an oil petroleum lawyer, but reading the law says it shall be granted in consultation with the legislature. Now, if the president, that statement is true, that there's out. If the president does not want to consult the legislature and want to go ahead and give the black, what would you expect? The president, in my opinion, would see that the legislature is not a group of people that can be trusted. Mind you, whenever people use you to do something wrong, they will not trust you when the time comes for certain things to be done. So this legislature is not a trusted legislature. This legislature, the wrong thing they did a few times, the president order were in bed. The president knows. So why you think he wants to deal with them? They can do nothing. They rubber stamp it done. So if the statement is true, the statement is true, then it is because of the way the legislature has presented itself to the very president in recent time.
Whether he trusts or he trusts, that's the provision. No, the country is
not. That's what I'm saying to you. So look, let me tell you, if we're in bed doing something wrong before, so
the president should break the law. He should break the law because he doesn't trust.
But the same law was violated here in And these few months ago, the same law was violated. Few months ago, and people were in bed. So the law is being violated against them now. So that's it. That's how the country is.
So now, I'm
That's why I
sorry,
see
Dr.
it. I'm
Douglas.
just seeing it from
Now, is
my
this
perspective.
person now a dictator that he can
Okay,
do
so-
anything? Is that what
Okay.
you're saying?
Okay, so
I'm saying to you,
Go ahead,
Stanton.
Council,
I'm saying
finish.
to you, Stanton. From all that we saw happen in the past few months, especially with a lot of things about law business in this country, the president had been involved in aiding and abetting people, the legislature, to do the wrong thing. It's clear. So when they did the wrong thing to the speaker and he was removed and he was ended up made to resign, and they had to come back and say that they're correcting the step, the president knows the people he's dealing with. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if that statement is true, I'm looking at it from this angle, that because the president had dealt with these people, he knows them, they are not correct, they are not trusted. He would not want to put a major investment opportunity before them to go decide, because the same thing maybe that happened at the back between he and them, the investor will come and do the same thing.
All right, so let's be fair, right? So in the post-war era, we see the legislature in a different light, right? Before the war, legislature were legislators. After the war, they are administrators, they are deal makers, they are deal breakers, they're everywhere. So let me read it again, then I'll bring Mama in and it'll come as it do. Let me read it again. The statement on the front page I said this. The quoting the president. It said, companies we have talked to want to come, meaning come to Liberia. There you go. But are hesitating because of the legislative process they must go through independently. But once NOCAL gets the block, which the legislature will rectify, those companies will only need to transact with NOCAL, saving them the long and complicated legislative process. Could the president be suggesting just what Councilor was saying, that it's too complicated to deal with all these people for investors? Investors want to come do business, they want to follow the law, but don't want to be dragged through bureaucratic things. But also, is he suggesting, right, that NOCAL will be the lead, right? Says NOCAL know the terrain, they will deal with lawmakers. He's not bypassing legislature, but NOCAL, they'll come and they'll transact with NOCAL. NOCAL will transact with legislature. Mommy, throw some light on this. Help us understand what's going on here. What do you think the president's saying?
Since the statement is being disputed, like Uncle Sam Jackson said, I will focus on something else. And it will be on the issue about consultation. The president, we are getting information, was misled that he doesn't have to consult the legislature because he's bringing the PSC back for ratification. And that is the flaw in the argument that might have misled the president. And the flaw is the reason why, if anybody listening, go back to the 3 different means by which we can give petroleum rights, we can give oil black. Competitive bidding, direct negotiation, and this 2019 executive allocation. For competitive bidding, there is no provision that says you must consult because it is international standard. It's clear. Everybody knows competitive bidding. That's what people expect. Direct negotiation, when oil blacks start becoming less attractive and competitive bidding begins so expensive, so they say let's do direct negotiation. So people accept it. So they don't put condition there, say you must consult. Executive allocation is an exception to the rule. It puts reputational burden on the country. It has the potential to affect and send best signal about the basin. So that's why the law says before we make that decision as a country, before we take that burden, let the president and the legislature agree. And if you went to other countries like Nigeria and Ghana, they put in their law that the president or the minister who is coming to ask for executive allocation should provide public justification on why the country should use executive allocation. Some of that justification that have been used in Ghana and other places are, one, this black will want to give executive allocation. No international oil company interested in it. It is a redundant black. It is in a frontier area. It has been returned. So for that reason, we just want our oil company. So those are the justifications.
So you're saying the part where the president say the legislature will rectify is not good enough. It does not fulfill the requirement of this law.
Prior consultation.
Prior consultation. So the president that you don't need to consult because you're bringing concession to rectify. But the reason why they put consultation there is because this technical provision is problematic and it's an exception to the rule. That's why they say the country must make a decision before you can proceed.
Thank you, Mommy. Hold on, Uncle Sam, hold a small. Okay. Let me get Isaac do. Isaac hasn't spoken. Isaac, we're on NOCAL. The president say people want to come, but the process is too much to deal with. So we let them deal with NOCAL and then let's rectify. What says you?
Well, about the issue of oil, gas, NOCAL, where I'm not that knowledgeable much in there, I would just want to stick to the script of the plain text. And for me, I think it's not about the law, because all of us can agree that President Bouacar and law cannot get in the same sentence. We all know it's not about the law. We can absolutely give description by description of times when President Bouacar felt law does not exist. Let's go, for instance, removal of turning positions. We all know, like many other things. But there's a central thing that comes to my mind. Almost every procurable items that have been done under this government have been single-sourced. Think about the yellow machine, where we are talking about more than $20 million single-sourced. Why is this government only interested in bringing direct people, besides giving the opportunity for people to compete so that the government can be at a better position? So I want us to look at the intent of President Bouacar's move to grant NOCAL 100% right to all blacks before going to the national legislature. If you were to go to the national legislature first, you will have to provide good number of justifications why you need to give it to NOCAL. I would want to understand it from point that, listen, if NOCAL is in the process of negotiating with someone, by that time of negotiation, the legislative processes might have already been behind them, so they could be in a better position. But in this case, President Bouacar said, no, we are not going to waste our time to legislature for them to be asking plenty of questions here and there. We'll first give it to NOCAL. NOCAL will call our mayor from Nigeria, the guy who sponsored our campaign, give him an oil black and say, my man, if for you, just put this small envelope that I get to the lawmakers.
So Isaac, let me ask you a question. So the president got plenty of his lawmaker there in the legislature. You don't think he feel confident enough that he can go there and get what he wants? You're saying
he can, that is a good question. He can absolutely get what he wants, but there's always time.
So why would he try to bypass them?
That's the thing is, if it goes to the legislature before going to NOCAL, you will have a lot of debate here and there. You will have a lot of public discussions here and there. You will hear.
So he's trying to take a shortcut.
But he doesn't want all of that. So he rather go to NOCAL first. NOCAL gets it. Call the Nigerian guy, say, my man, if for you, just get it. Just bring your small envelope that care to a minute. By that time, the process is already sealed. He ain't got time for the noise that is coming, the debate, the media report. It's done. The Nigerian guy that helped the campaign, the guy in Lil B, he gave what he's supposed to give and he's ready to move on. So for me, it's not about the law. We all can agree. There are a lot of disagreements we can have, but I'm sure there's one thing we all can agree: President Boakai and rule of law cannot be in the same sentence. Anybody put in the same sentence, they are not writing no good speech or anything. So we know exactly how the paper operates. This is about corruption. This is about an intent to steal. And this is public funding. We all know what has been happening. Every time the government wants to procure something, they want to make sure they go direct to somebody. They don't want to open it for competition. Wow.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you. On point. So let me ask this question, though. The president is the president, and the president needs advisors. Even those are in small position, we got people around to help us understand the issue. The president not be able to understand all the issues. He needs advisor. Are we saying or suggesting that maybe the president's advisors are not doing right by the president? Because some of these things like we put up tonight is black and white. It's there, executive allocation, a legislative nod and all of that. Are we, Uncle Sam, you wanted to say something? So can you respond to that question?
Here is the problem I've had with Liberia since I came back to Liberia in 1978.
But can you answer my question, Uncle Sam, about the advisor?
I will. And I'm going to segue into that. We don't understand wealth creation. We don't understand how to share and make everybody a part of prosperity. To answer your question, Dr. Brobler, a few people have decided, and I know that, and I will get to Liberia, and I will do the same thing I did in 2009, 2010. I will raise money to go against this. And maybe you remember my Elenito thing, I raised $500,000 to go after that deal. I will raise probably just as much. Because here is the thing, a few people around the president have decided the way to bypass international best practice, the way to bypass competitive bidding, and the way to bypass legislative oversight is to give it to NOCAL. And then NOCAL will farm out to an individual. And when I get to Liberia, we'll be making that announcement. I know who he is. People I'm connected to are part of that. The whole presidential cartel, this is a way to enrich themselves to get a golden parachute from this administration. Because there's nothing else that is happening in terms of that they can do to make tens of millions of dollars to enrich themselves and to ride into the sunset. So here is the deal. The president was very clear. And the reason why they want to dismiss that statement is because I caught them. I said, this has been done because you don't want legislative approval. President Boakai said that. So when President Boakai says that, and it sounds like an unsophisticated approach to getting this thing done, they want to do what? They want to run away from that statement. All this is about is to give an individual, a Nigerian national, who got all blacks number 11, 12, and 14. They want to bring him back. He was in Monrovia a few months ago when I was there.
All right. Thank you, Uncle Sam.
No, but I'm not talking about my time now, or?
No, you got 10 seconds. Time over.
No, my time now, or. I mean, you know what?
10 seconds over time.
Uncle Sam, now you moderating. The man I'm moderating at time over. Then you said no.
Once I start hitting the Unity Party and showing them corrupt behavior,
stop it.
To expose them.
8 seconds. 7.
Don't worry. When I get to Liberia, I will pay for my own airtime on all the radio station and we'll fight.
Listen, Uncle Sam, thank you. We only have 11 minutes and we need to close. So I want to ask this question, and I want Mohammed to answer first. We'll go around. Please don't go around. Just answer if you can. You want just do your closing, and CEO will have the last word. But I want to ask this question. So NOCAL's been around for going on 13 years. Clearly, Liberian people haven't seen the profit yet or the benefits. Do we need to deconstruct and reconstruct NOCAL? Do we need to get rid of it? Do we need something slimmer so that at least the revenue can exceed expenditure, and the people can get something. No,
Can I go first and I leave?
Okay, go ahead.
I want to say thanks. Yeah, I want to say thanks to all of you. Hope you can come back tomorrow and make a better show. All right. And we'll continue with the NOCAL story because we are still investigating. NOCAL is a good thing for Liberia, but we can make it better. So join us tomorrow. We'll have a wonderful show, and thanks to all of you that joined us tonight. Have a good night. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CEO. Wish you feel better.
More easy. You want to buy with your body.
Okay, we should feel better. Mommy, let's so everybody, we're doing our closing now, folks. So you can answer the question I asked, or you can skip it and just do your closing. But my question is, do we need to dissolve it? Do we need to reconstruct it? Do we need something slimmer that will allow the government and the people of Liberia to see a little more in terms of profit at this point, even with just rent? At this point, we're still into exploration. Mommy.
I will answer that question at the end. I will restate what I said before. Executive allocation is not a making of the Unity Party. We encourage them to stick to what they believe in. And even if they decided to move forward with executive allocation, they must do so in accordance with the law. Even President Weah, who introduced executive allocation, was advised against using executive allocation, that it would have created a mixed signal, especially at the time we were into negotiation with Exxon, discussion with Exxon. I don't want to call it negotiation with Exxon. He desisted. He stepped aside. Executive allocation can be used. It is problematic. It has reputational issues. That is why, in the wisdom of the law, it says, go and have a consultation with the legislature and your desire as a country, whether this is a path you want to take. Part of the problem is, one, you're listening, find a law. For competitive bidding, the law requires that before you negotiate, you must be pre-qualified before you enter negotiation. For direct negotiation, it says before you negotiate, you must be pre-qualified before you negotiate. For executive allocation, it says no. You must go negotiate. When you finalize the negotiation, then you come to LPRA for pre-qualification.
30 seconds, mommy. 30 seconds.
How will you conclude the negotiation? Spend your time negotiating with a company before you submit them for pre-qualification. Suppose during the pre-qualification time, they are determined to not be pre-qualified. You have wasted resources. You have wasted time. That is why it is important that if you want to go with it, do it in accordance with law. It is a problematic provision. It is not your making. What you believe in is what is in your original law. If you want to go with it, closing. If you want to go with it in accordance with law and best practice.
Thank you, Mommy. Honorable Gray, you can answer my question whether we should dissolve it, reconstruct it, slim it down, or you just move to your closing. We have 6 minutes left.
I'll move basically to my closing. One, the government cannot win the case. It's a cartoon case. It's a waste of time and energy and state resources. The pieces of evidence provided by the government, those are things that any street kid can gather. It has no degree of professionalism in it. It's a trash. Okay, they're just trying to open a can of worms, a big Pandora box, questioning the professionalism of the police. And if you question those lawyers who will just go and want to defend anything, maybe they will bring something who are calling to fool you. But do I even believe that the government has a case? The government doesn't have a case. And make no mistake, every aspect of the trial will be discussed publicly. whether on Spoon or outside of Spoon, we're discussing this is a political case. We'll build the necessary analysis around it and tell the Liberian people that this is not just a witch hunt, but this is a calculated attempt for national distraction. Am I surprised about President Boakai presenting another agreement or bogus agreement? I say bogus, again, for bogus agreement. I say bogus because the law says you must consult. That is the most recent law, the legislature. He refused to do consultation. And whether he will send it for ratification, maybe he will decide that they will get their own resolution and say ratify.
15 seconds.
So basically, I will close on this note to say that President Boycott is leading the country in a dangerous path without any serious solution to the problems of the country while the masses suffer out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, great. Okay, let's do Darius. Darius, go ahead.
Okay, so I think it was a great show. Thank you, Dr. Buple, for coordinating. And all of the panelists. I think this is why we are here every day to give our thoughts on the issue of the investigation, the awesome investigation. All of the statements from the police RG is a part of contradictions. I mean, it is clearly seen that they had nothing on the guys, and I believe that it is political. Because if we list the contradiction, and that's what I've been doing over the past time, every time the police IG speak on this case, he contradicts himself on another speech that was delivered just yesterday. He spoke on June 6th, a press conference. And
so Darius, you got 15 seconds though. So let's
problem. I'll just wrap it on that.
Yeah, just bring it in. We'll talk more about that tomorrow.
And then he said a lot. And then we documented that. If we compare that and contract that, you know that, like our Kara said, I don't believe they have a case, but we'll wait to see how it plays out.
Bring your notes tomorrow. We have plenty more to talk about.
On the issue of NOCAL, it's just the same thing with former President Salif. Send all of the family members, send all of the guys there, bypass the legislature. Anyway, if you was going to consult them, it's a rubber stamp legislature, it's a regime legislature, but it's just what it is. Thank you very much.
Uncle Sam, thank you, Darius. Uncle Sam.
Look, the United Party had the greatest opportunity to create the greatest wealth, what should I say, wealth creation strategy for the Republic of Liberia. Imagine.
You said they had. They ain't got it no more?
They do. They had. They had. But they've lost it. They've lost it because either they did not understand the value of natural resource management, or the oil blocks were allocated only during the Judy Bryant administration. The iron ore mountains were not. The P Mountain, it was just in this embryonic stage. You're talking about potentially $1 trillion+ in natural resource. $1 trillion+. Putu, 4 to 5 billion tons. Western Cluster, 2 to 5 billion tons. B Mountain, 4 to 10 billion ounces of gold. Yeah? Popolu, Timbo, all of that. $1 trillion+ intrinsic value in assets. And you come to run this country, you don't securitize those assets and use them for instantaneous national development. You banjo them out to foreigners. You isolate your citizens from that. There is no indigenous allocation. There's no local linkage plan. None of that. 22 years after a war, you cannot build a $1 billion hydroelectric plant to give your 95 to 100% access to electricity.
10 seconds.
We have the best schools, the best thing. And you were starting the same thing again by giving out for all blacks so the officials of NOCAL can give it out to a dodgy company and that they would then shift that wealth, get the money and run away. After Z got $200 million plus and 30% with the share from blacks, 11, 12, and 14. That is about to happen again and it's going down. But those of us who are alive and have the power and the capacity, we will fight them to the end. Thank you very much, and let God bless you.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Fubi, let's close.
Yeah, so I'll go to the case quickly on it. Look, we can say all that we want to say, but at the end of the day, it's not our feelings that the law want to listen to because we don't support or we are not aligned with the prosecutor. So it means that the case is bogus or the evidence that has been presented, doesn't worth it, or why the prosecutor not bringing their witnesses. It is not a time to bring all your witnesses before the preliminary. The witnesses will be in the main case. So whatever stuff that they have, they will just moving through the indictment. And once they get to the grand jury, they will present the more relevant evidence that they need. And once that is done, we'll be able to proceed with it. And so we should all brace ourselves, whether we discuss it, like I always say, you can call it political because it is not a spiritual case, it is not a spiritual matter. Government is political in nature, and every branch of government has political line. So there's nothing wrong with terming it as political. So let's go through it and brace ourselves. And lastly, the police talking about the police just want to link the different crimes. Because there are things that can happen before, and you don't recognize it. You think it is something normal, but when you see another sequence falling down, then you can link it. That's why the police link the December 10th to the December 18th. So it doesn't mean as a mistake they made or they were contradicting themselves. So thank you.
Thank you, Fubi. Isaac Doe, let's close.
Thank you. So, Fubi, thank you for trying to teach me on the thing that you don't know. You won't be teacher or something, data problem. Teacher, yeah, you won't take data problem, please, and be teaching. See, they can call witness during pre-trial. Pre-trial is one of the most important trials because it's the one that determines if the case moves forward. So you want to bring your strongest evidence to convince the judge that indeed is a good case that is moving forward. But anyways, thank you for your teaching of our lessons. So I wanted to close on my last name, Sister Mamindo. Today, I read a press statement from other side of the aisle, the family. And from the statement I read, you could sense that there has been a very big hole thrown in the togetherness of the family. And that was only the result of Mamindo. If only she listens, I think she's walking a bad path that will take her for a long time. Whatever her motives are, hopefully she gets to achieve them someday, though she has not managed to convince anyone of her real motives. I think this moment should be about the passing of her mother, the former First Lady. The manner in which she has brought it clearly political, I think is sad. Imagine what is going on in the family right now. Imagine how people accusing each other, talking to each other at the time where the family should have been together. And after everything else, you can go about doing your ranting. Mamindo did not help herself. I think she's put herself in a path that will be around her for a long time. Like I said the last time, trying to get 15 minutes of fame cannot help you for the rest of your life. 1 week from now, no one will be talking about it. But in her family, they will be raped. Why would she want to do that? I don't care about her. And George will go on her own thing. She can continue it from now to Judgment Day. But I think in my mind, she didn't do well to the passing of her mother. She didn't do well to herself and the family, even the adults. I hope she will adjust, see reasons in taking a stand as a member and having her mother laid to rest in a peaceful manner. I just want
to thank you, Isaac. And we prayed that for Mr. Stowe's family, and we prayed that they would do so in peace, and that after mom is laid to rest, that the family will find peace and unity. I want to take a moment to, the great Nelson Collet is here, so we're going to hand this stuff over to Nelson in a second. I do want to take a moment to say thank you to all of my colleagues, my good, smart brother, mommy. Thanks for hanging to the end and giving us some good insight on NOCAL. I appreciate that. And all those who listen and watch, keep doing that. Constructive conversation lead to action that can change the nation. And Spoon is doing something major. So I want to thank the entire network. We pray for our CEO that the more his voice will be better. I wish I could just FedEx him some Liberian ginger, because I think he got what they're not correct. The artificial one was saying the organic thing from right here in Marshall. But we pray that the more stand will be okay. Nelson, thank you, man, for all you do at the station and for all you do to make Spoon what it is. Folks, we had a good show tonight. Thanks, everybody, and good night.
Yeah, thank you, Tyler Broble. Thank you, Mame. Thank you, Minister Doe. And we look forward to being here again tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I want to say thanks to all of our folks out there. It's been a great show. Thanks for watching Spoon. Thanks for coming on here tonight, sharing your thoughts, making your contributions in the comment section. We appreciate all of you who called in. Thanks to the many of you who just watched the show. Thanks to thousands of listeners across the country listening to the program on the different frequencies. Thanks to our affiliate radio stations as well for making sure that the program is relayed across the country. We appreciate all of you. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for another edition of the program. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio. Until then, thanks to all of you. I see Sir Johnson, Lincoln Morris, Juboy, Emmanuel Brown, Andrew Wisse. I see David Wokolo. Thank you for joining us. I see Philip Bala. Thank you as well. We appreciate you for coming on. And to all of you, we look forward to being here tomorrow. Until then, have a good night. My name is Nelson Collet, and let's hope we can be here tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon.